Congratulations Thaye for being the first redeemer of the stream.
Test.
What's up? EP3. Hello there.
The weird thing.
The weird thing.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Getting set up. Just so much stuff with the kids and everything. Just try to get everything in place. Right now, I'm gonna put this over here. So of course, right as we're getting started, oh fuck, I didn't even, guys, I didn't even turn on my camera. That's how disorganized I am right now. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm here. Very disorganized, but here. Made it. And I see, too, we have some question conflicts on whether or not we're going to start right away. Or if we're going to delay it a little bit. I don't know. We got to ask the group. I don't see Yas or TMG here. I know Salty was going to be late. He didn't indicate how late he was going to be as well. So I'm like, if he's going to be really late, then I don't know. There, I'm gonna turn the music down just a little bit. There. But hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm not sure, and it's hard to like make decisions on like, do we start or not if it's not here. So yeah, I don't know. But either way, I hope everybody's been having a good week. There. Depends how things go. Yeah. It's like, I don't mind delaying a little bit as well. Like, that's not a big deal for me. Hell, like an hour, not a big deal either. I just kind of like to know, like, how long to expect. But I hope everybody's had a good week. Yes, listen, no was nice. I appreciate the heads up, at least a couple hours in advance. I'm certain it was something that just came up as well. You know, life happens. That's all part of it. It has been busy, but let me tell you, I have been prepping since you guys are formally out of the Noble, like the Noble's Party arc, too. I've had to do some writing, and I got some writing there for all the new arc and everything. This is like whole bunch of pages to keep track of my notes, my encounters, everything. And this is, if I'm honest, it's not even fully complete yet. It's enough complete that we can obviously play and do things, but not complete enough for me to like feel fully satisfied or quenched. But yeah, well, we got the big arc. Don't you guys remember? Like, obviously we got to figure out the saving of Lady. That's what I'm calling this new arc, is like the saving of Lady arc. There. basically like, can we save Lady? Too. So it's been good. I've been enjoying just kind of writing again and like putting in, because almost all the stuff from before as well has been a mixture of improv and a mixture of like, I wrote it 3 months ago too. Celine, yeah, you're no rush. Yes. Yeah. You have a plan, backup too. Good. That's what we need. That's what's important. We get a plan. You guys want to go in with some kind of idea, and it helps me too. Like honestly, legitimately, guys. It helps me a lot when you guys have plans as well, and you talk about them, because then I can plan around it. Not like plan to intercept you, but like if I see the kinds of directions that you guys are going, I'm like, okay, I could play into that. Oh, I don't think we're definitely not going to do it without 2 people. There. Like, if it's just Salty out, we can decide as a group. But if it's Salty and TMG, then no. we won't play. Hey, Dave. How are you? Yeah. No, we would not play without 2, like, 40% of our group. There. I mean, worst case, like, we do some development and stuff. I started the process of adding items too, and I had to fix some of my code because it was bad. It was bad, but I figured it out. But yeah, no, I started the process of items in the gacha game too. Haven't had a chance to program today because it's been busy, been super busy too. So I've got there. Oh, there's TMG. Hey, TMG. Yeah, it's been super hectic busy there. Hey, JM1 Best, how are you? You kind of assume you would become a gacha. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we'll decide, is either we'll do a gacha, like start with a gacha stream, or we'll just chat, hang out, too. We can figure that out as we go. There's no rush, but I do want to verify with the group. Do we want to delay and wait until Salty's ready? Or do we want to get started? Too. It's up to you guys. Like, I could play Salty's character for it. He won't be as interactive, but I can do that if you guys would like there. And then he'll basically just kind of follow along with whatever you guys say and do. So it's up to the group there, and I do want a group vote on it. Otherwise, yeah, we can chat. I can show you a little bit gacha game as well. Whatever you guys want to do. I'm okay. It's not the same. I mean, I'm fine with that, too. When do I think the boss that you're going to be controlling, Dave, will show up? So, let's see. So, Dave, the answer to that is I don't know. I genuinely don't know there. You're going to go to Las Vegas, JM Best? Nice. Yeah, I legitimately don't know, Dave. When? You should get off Portal. No, it's not a today thing. Dave, let me phrase it there. It is absolutely not a today thing. Too. That's why I really say I don't know, because I don't know when it's going to fit in. My immediate instinct, Dave, is that it's not going to fit in during this current arc of, like, saving Lady. There. Like, I don't think it's going to fit in there. I think it's going to come up later in the story. Like, if I were to strongly estimate, I'd probably want the players to be, like, at least level 5 for it. I hope that kind of makes sense. Like, I want them a little leveled. I want them to have some gear and stuff before we introduce that as well. There. Is it going to be that hard? Yes. Yes, Dave. I am going to make it that hard. Like, it's gotta be, too. I took some time today, and I'm curious when you guys encounter these next bosses here, how they go, because I tried balancing them out, and it's tricky, right? Because if you guys build strength builds and stuff, like I gotta get a bit more health or more damage resistance, and if you don't build strength builds, then somebody's just going poke, poke, poke. Will this be as hard as P2? P2. What is it? I'm missing the reference. the current boss that I have scheduled here, let me phrase it this way. They're level 3 right now. They just got to level 3. To phrase it this way for you guys, the current boss that I have listed right here has 4 skills. Most enemies that you guys fight have 0 skills. But the boss has 4 skills, and the enemies our basic enemies now start having skills as well. So it's like, it's tricky. It's going to get tricky, and it's going to get difficult. And this boss I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be a good boss, but I also am hoping that it doesn't just outright kill you. That's my real concern. That's always my concern. Like, I want it, like, slow death, right? Slow the death down. Actually, there is something I did want to double check. Lady, I know you haven't seen your near-death skill. Yas, have you seen your near-death skill yet? I didn't think you triggered yours yet. Like, I don't think you've triggered yours yet. Does that sound like I haven't shared with you, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Good. It makes it easier for me to change your skill if I need to, if you haven't seen it as well. Because here's the problem. I'm getting a little, like, behind on things. Just because I am working on the gacha game, so I haven't, like, really put a lot of focus on getting your guys' skills leveled up and reassessing some of your characters. But I wanted to make sure I had that in mind, too. Yeah, lady, you've had some near-death experience. You've had some death experiences, not even near-death. You've just, like, been downed before, and it didn't trigger it. But once again, that's very intentional, too. And, lady, especially with the stuff that you've sent me, too, I'm glad you haven't seen it.
I only died.
Because I think that will actually, I can make it tie in as well. There, like, I'm modifying it slightly to make it tie in, but I think it's gonna be sick as fuck, too. You're kind of hoping the weird clone would trigger your near death. Yep. You are correct. Yes, they did not have all your skills. There. You have obtained gummies, Mora? Question. What kind of gummies did you obtain? Because that's it there. You're gonna cringe skibbity toilet. Where the Sigma? Yeah, yes. Sorry, I am now distracted. Look there. Yeah, your clone, in fact, did not trigger your near-death skill yet. Your clone was focused as hell on you for a minute. There, rolled a fucking kill. Deflected, didn't work. Well, and here's the truth of it too, guys. Your near-death skills are there to kind of protect you and protect your character at least one time. And that's one of the reasons I really like why I want to relook at your guys' near-death skills, because almost all of your near-death skills, except for ladies, trigger the same way, and I just need that to be different. Am I allowed to reveal whether it would have triggered if it were me in its place? So, I mean, yes, yes, your near-death skill would have triggered if the second Yas had the skill. It would have triggered. It didn't trigger there, obviously. But yes, it would have triggered at some point in time, too. So, almost. But, like, in the second group, right, we have seen Summer's near-death skill. And I know the group has been piecing that information. They're like, okay, that'll come up again. And it hasn't been coming up again because I've reworked how these skills work. And what's interesting is they're going to trigger now one time. They're going to trigger when you get your first near death that meets all the conditions. So I'm adding additional conditions other than they basically die, right? I'm adjusting those. And instead, what's going to happen is they will trigger at a certain critical condition, and it's going to be something that you guys will thank me for later. Like, I'm very confident you guys will be like, oh yes, thank you for having it trigger at this time, right? Then they become skills that you just have. That's the real crux of it, is the skills as near-death skills, you guys just kind of see them, and you just are waiting for the trigger again, like apples, right? We're just waiting for it to trigger again. That's what I want to change. I want to change it so that you guys choose when to trigger it. So Summer's skill, she has to activate it. She has to activate the skill, but she can't yet. And that's the bigger piece of it, is there are some other conditions that have to be met before she's even allowed to activate it again, which is thematic in a way, too. And it means that for those players in Group 2, and soon to be Group 1, because I am going to be adjusting your skills, that you guys will have to be very cautious of... you will have to be very cautious of when you want to activate your skills, and it will truly be last resorts. That's the real intent of it, is it's last resort. Artanis is deadly, and I wanted it. I mean, genuinely, I thought that would be the best outcome for Artanis, right? Is that he's got this near-death skill that could kill everyone. Just outright. Just could kill everybody if they fail their saves as well. I'm glad you love it. It was one of those that, like, as soon as it came up in my head, I'm like, I'm fucking doing it no matter what. Too. And I don't think it's the only one I had planned. I'm gonna double check my notes here. Because I actually had marked down a couple skills for everybody. I gotta see if yours, because yours, that was the one I was like, I absolutely need to do it. But I'm wondering if I even, nope, that was it. That is literally the only near-death skill I marked for your class, too. I want to make a couple for it so that, like, if another player plays in the future, we could choose something there. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. You know, we want these skills to be, we want to be cool, right? They want to be cool and they want it to be there. It absolutely fits the character. And there's additional lore on it, Apple, that you'll learn one day about Artanis. Not yet, but you'll learn it one day. We'll see how I feel, Dave. I'm definitely keeping it in thematically because I think it adds to the story a whole lot. Like, your party almost completely got wiped from this encounter, too, which is, if I'm honest, I think I need to give you guys some more reminders, particularly Group 1. I think you guys need some reminders that you can die. Like, if you're not careful, you can die. Just casual reminders, because it could happen. You guys could lose characters. I am still baffled. I'm still baffled about Pink. Genuinely, there was not as... I tried as much convincing as possible to be like, Pink, this is a bad idea. Do not go and try to approach the giant dragon. Just don't do it. And she gets trampled, right? And she was a couple bad rolls away from actually being killed and needing to make a new character. Legitimately. As well. Which would have been... Whew, it would have impacted the story a little bit. Hey, I don't think role-playing too hard, I don't think is a necessity. There. Like, sorry. Role-playing too hard is not a thing, in my opinion. I think it adds to the story. It just makes it more dynamic, too. Honestly, I like, if you guys want to keep role-playing, one thing that I'm not saying you guys need to do this, but one thing I really enjoyed earlier on, too, was Yas describing how he plans on shooting or hitting the enemy before he does his dice rolls. And I was like, that's perfect. It's perfect little flavor. Flavor is free. Add it in. There. Imagine Pink with enough insight to actually perform a nat 20 roll during some of those strange ideas. I know, right? What if she could... She rolled a nat 1, right? There's only so much I could do. What's the current save, Chanel, so you can continue his story? Wait, her story, right? So Chanel's current state, she's gone. It happened again. So you keep doing that to me, and I'm like, I want to be appropriate and recognize pronouns. I want to make sure that I'm recognizing correct. I figured she was female, but if you change it, it's your character, right? It's your lore. I do not get to decide those things as well. I'm going to if you guys give me a character, I'm going to play the character as best I can. Anyway, TFG, answer your question. So Chanel is missing right now. Or I guess it's not missing. We don't know her location. She followed the adventurers into Wreath Hollow. We know that much. She supposedly, not guaranteed, supposedly stole Summer's book. Cursed Black Book. Stole it and left Wreath Hollow. That's what we know. What I can tell you as a game master is that Wreath Hollow, she's not in Wreath Hollow. She's gone. And they would have to find it. They'd have to find her. I mean, yes, Dave, you are the hero of the group in a way, as you go and try to save everybody. Nibbo kind of want to bonk that one guy and forfeit the guild. It's fine. I know. Dave, when Dave earlier on was just like, hey, this guy, I already figured it out. This guy's working with that mage. He's doing all this. I'm like, no. You haven't even figured out what this guy's about. And then as soon as you guys get back to camp and you see him taking credit for all the work that you just did, I'm like, now you've figured out what this guy's plot point is and where he's going to be about. Because let me tell you, this is not the last time you're going to see Leon. He is going to be around as well, and it's going to hurt you. Yeah, I mean, Deer, you're absolutely right. You throw him there. Try hard to decide. I mean, Dave, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta be everywhere. You know? You're all gonna be main characters. And something I haven't told you guys yet is I do have intentional plot points. I've already jotted them down. And when they come up, I'm going to introduce them. But I've already come up with specific plot points that are related to everyone's character to give them a main character focus at one point in time. There, very intentionally. Even Deer, I've already come up with yours as well, too. And they're going to be plot points that are directly related to your guys' overall goals as well. But they're also going to give you guys that chance to role play and get involved with it, right? And there's so many points, and it's all to help you guys get into your characters, learn some lore about it, and get involved. I will say, I will say, Chanel lore probably goes even a little bit deeper than you intended, TMG. And I'm not gonna say anything more on that, but I just want you to know that I've leaned into it. I've leaned into the information you've given me, and Chanel is a part of the plot. I can't spoil too much. I don't even want to spoil it for you. Honestly, I don't. But I'm just going to say that I'm going to do everything in my power to stick to the character narrative that you have provided me to play that character right. I promise you that. Likewise, Lady, the character that you introduced to me, I've already had a couple ideas how I could introduce to the plot. I just need to figure out timing on it. Right? And it depends what Group 2 decides to do there. It was fakes. That would be a very interesting plot twist, Dave, and I will say no, that is not there. Yeah, it's not going to be sudden. Like, it's going to take some time there. Not right with that one yet? That's fair. Yeah. Don't want to talk about the worm friend quite yet. One thing I'm actually curious about, too, is, obviously you guys are determining direction for your characters. You're determining where you're going to take them, where you're going in the world, and all sorts of things like that. A piece of that, from my end, is that I have to also play a part in, if you guys decide to go to Rar, or the Principality of Rar, right? I have to now direct the story based on you choosing to go that direction. And if you decide to start going south towards Pantalia's shrine, the ruins of her shrine, I have to play towards that direction. So there's a lot of components here that I'm like, I'm still committing as much as I can to that. There's an overarching story, but you guys are in control of what pieces of that story you can see. So yeah, it's up to you guys. There are things that are always going to be happening in the background, regardless of what you decide. But yeah, it's completely up to you guys to decide what you care about, what you want to see in the story. And there are things too. Gong Lagul. Yeah, Gong Lagul gets mentioned a lot. It's just a big city, right? No, I mean, we could kind of look at the map a little bit. I could talk a little bit about the map, you know, since we're waiting on stuff. Since we're waiting on peoples, too, we can look at the map a little bit. There's not too many spoilers on the map. And I mean, there really isn't even that many spoilers to begin with. Let's see. There we go. Now you can see the map. So, yeah, when we talk Gong Lagul, too, and options, I intentionally chose Gong Lagul as a city originally because when you guys first heard about like this nobles party and whatnot from Darkrim, which is over here, right? You come over here to Wrench. This is where you guys made it after your 4-day journey. You guys actually got like 3 different quests from Wrench, right? You got the quest for the nobles party, which is the one you chose to follow. You got the quest to investigate the trade route that was supposed to go to Wrench, but it has been interrupted. The trade person wasn't there. So you got that one. And that was the one that was directing you to head towards Gong Lagul, which is right here. That's Gong Lagul. This is where Baron Triton Satyr comes from there. So this is his city that he lords over. And you guys might remember that little dwarf kind of princess, Lady Thibedo. She comes from here. She comes from Hethlond as well. So that just to show you kind of where some of these things happen. But you guys had a quest to get yourselves all the way over here to Gong Lagul. And then that third quest was about the rats. You guys might remember the rats that were in the basement, right? And the rats were scared away by some monster. Well, over here's that monster as well, too. So if you guys remember that, and these are some of the notes that I put into place, too. So just as some examples there. Now, when you guys were in Imines, there was that nobleman that, and I want to make sure I get his name right because I'm going to forget it. Argus, yes, Lord Argus, who invited you guys back to come visit in his hometown, which is right here. So you can see Gong Lagul, and you go just a little bit west, you get to Canis, which is his hometown, and this is the ruins, ruin stronghold, but it's the ruins right there. So you've got Canis, and then this is that ruin stronghold as well. So like you guys have lots of quests, and here's the thing too, like this one, this is no time limit on this quest. There's no time limit here. You also have like in the background, obviously you have those first 3, the lions of the jail, you might remember, that are still in the world. You have Molrock, you have Desmond, and you have Sabona that are a part of the world. And they are active and they are doing things right now too. So there's a lot of moving parts. And the reason I'm taking this approach too is so that it's a living, breathing world. Like the world is going to keep moving regardless of what you guys are doing in it. Like you aren't the ultimate deciders of everything. Like, you know, in a couple months, like not even a couple weeks, couple months in the capital, which the capital's all the way down here. There, this is the capital. The biggest seas, Browers. This is the capital of the Algarian Empire. There, you know that there is there. You think the world map's pretty bad? You design a better map? Oh, I mean, up to you. Go for it. 2, I went with the design that worked well, and I was pretty happy with it. Yeah, so like there's lots of options, but at the same time, you guys could choose to straight up say, fuck the Algarian Empire. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Instead, I'm going to go to the Principality of Ra. And that's what you're going to do. There, Group 2 could decide say, fuck it, we're going to Grand Duchy of Theodore as well. And you guys could just head up here. Like, these are all options and things that are possible, too. So, like, I'm not going to make those decisions. And if you make those things, we're going to make quests right there. Yeah, there's basically only one real mountain, and that's just how the map formed. I guess I could put more mountain range. Like, there's this little mountain range here. There's this one. This is the giant apocalyptic mountain range there. I have not even looked at these these three kingdoms I've honestly have not looked at all. The Imian Theocracy, I've only kind of looked at the mainland, but I haven't touched any of it. There, I really have been focusing on this area, which is the Algarian Empire. That's been my main focus for things, just because that's where you guys are, right? But you guys have met characters from the Imian Theocracy, Principality of Ra, and the Grand Duchy of Theodore. There, so you have met characters, and technically, the Belthane, you have also met characters from Belthane. That's where Sibona came from. So yeah, there's a lot in this world, and some of these markers, I didn't put them here. They just kind of naturally spawned, and I'm like, oh, I'll leave them there. I don't have to think about it, too. But yeah, you've got these like portals here that connect to things, so you could fast travel and all that. I'm probably gonna add more at some point, so we'll figure it out. But it's been, the big thing here is that the world is your oyster, and you guys can do whatever you want, right? So you guys have been here, so you've got your Imines. You guys have been on the path, and you've ended kind of in the woods here. You're about a day and a half travel from Ad Salone, or like two-ish days travel from Elf Donaland. This is Cedric's home castle. And then, of course, you have your border up here, which is even further away, too. So you've got your border here, and the nearest town in the border is Uluabin as well. So it's, you know, you've got some distance to cover as well. And your timeline is it's not getting tight. Let's see. We haven't talked too much about the calendar recently. I'm just going to pull it down here so you guys can see it. This is not super zoomed. It's there. So this is not correct. You guys went into this day. You guys are actually in this day right now. Color it. Reset. Yep, so you guys are on this day. Group 2, you guys are on this day. Actually, you just finished this day, so you're on this day. Better blue. Yeah, so this is where you guys are, timeline-wise, right now. Lady has... So we're about to enter the months of Aeolus. Lady has until the 7th of Loran. There. So you guys are just a little bit over a week left before it comes in. Actually, was it the 11th of Loran? I gotta double check if it was the 11th or the 7th. I think it was the 7th, because the 11th Loran, you guys have another obligation if you choose to do it. So there. So I hope that answers some of your stuff. Hey, but another timeline. Funny Elder Dragon could have just gave you a ride through the Theodore. Mermaid fucking... I mean, that's true. That's true. What's up, Timja? Yeah. That would be quite the spoiler. Any plans to officially add inspiration to the player handbook? Yes, I do have plans. I just haven't done it yet. But yes, I'm going to officially add it to the handbook, so it's in there explanation-wise. The rules that I posted the other day are the official rules of it. I just have to actually put it in the handbook as well, so that you guys can see it there, because it'll make it a little difficult to know how to do inspiration if you don't have the rules in front of you. So yes, I do have the rules. It is my plan. With the update, I'm also going to put in the combat rules about frontline and backline. I like it enough. I think I'm going to keep it as well. I mean, I guess I would actually like to get your guys' feedback. Do you think it's working? Is that good? Is it working for you? What do you guys thought? Salty thought it was OP. Is it OP though? Because I originally designed it with Group 2 in mind. I mean, yes, there's that. So being, let me give this here. Being MVP doesn't mean you get inspiration there. Being MVP will probably help to being selected for getting inspiration. I'm honestly looking for innovation. I'm looking for cool things that you do. It is easy to remember if you do MVP, right? But it's also if you do just very interesting things or use your skills and abilities in creative ways, then that is what's going to get you interesting. Yeah, Apple's crab scenario wasn't necessarily interesting, but it added to the lore and it added to the story. Lady signing a blood contract there added to the lore. It added to the whole lore. It created an entire new arc and things. And even if Lady was just kind of like nodding along like this is going to happen to me, I did not intend for that to happen at all. I genuinely was waiting for Lady to just say, fuck you, I'm not signing anything. You could just suck a dick. And you're just like, no. I'll say the war is going to end. And I honestly, I was introducing the blood contract idea because I thought that would scare you enough to say, no, I won't sign this. And instead you went full in, you signed it. I'm like, that's what we're doing. Well, Dave, that's okay. You can disagree with me on how I gave out the stuff, but I'm going to make my decisions, and I'm sticking to them. Like I'm nothing if I ain't committed to the ideas that I've put in place. You guys should make me throw away a thick stack of notes. That would make me sad. It'd make me sad if you guys just fuck up so hard, or not even fuck up, you just do something so direct that I'm like, well, I gotta keep the story going, and then I'm like, I guess I'll just rip this out of my binder and just keep going. Yeah, for anybody that hasn't seen, this is preparation for tonight, and depending on when Salty joins, I guess preparation for the next stream and session as well. Because I wrote when I wrote the Nobles party and all the lore associated with that and all the stories, right? I didn't realize I was writing 5 sessions worth of content. What would I do if you died, Artanis? Well, I mean, that's life, right? I hate to say it, not every death is going to be poetic. Not every death is going to be perfectly thematic. And I think there is something true about that, right? Sometimes people just die. It would be pretty fucking funny. But sometimes stories just get unresolved, right? That's just life. That's what happens. And as such, it's a matter of making those decisions and committing to them too. So yes, if you died, okay, that's some of the lore I just gotta throw out. It's not like your class gets thrown out, right? Too, there are other characters in the world that are your class. You guys have not met one yet. And actually, no one's met any of Yas' class. Let's see, actually. Daniel, Deer, Nibisan, we just did. Yas, Salty, we did right at the beginning. We met another one. Lady, we've met characters. Nika, we just met a character of the class. So yeah, half of your guys' classes, you guys have not met yet. If Nika died for some reason, you will change to Chanel. Interesting. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it, all of it. There. Tame Augustus, not the deer. That would be funny. You guys really like that lizard hound. If Daniel dies, characters are too. I mean, here's the thing too. So Yas the other day was talking about if his character were to die, the kind of character he'd like to make, right? And I just kept giggling to myself because, Yas, I have actually already written the rulebook or the class guide for the exact character you described designing. And I'm not even joking. I happenstance designed it, too. So it's like, if you die, I already have your class ready to go. Send it right to you. And I love the idea that you spouted in there, too. I'm like, that sounds fucking hilarious. But yeah, I've already, like, I've written up to level 5 on it and everything. So it's like there. I mean, lady, you're completely correct. Like, these animals aren't just, like, bred in a lab. There aren't any labs. They exist. They're in place. Yes, Dave. Wait, Dave. Yes, you can revive characters. Yep, revival magic exists. It's not cheap, but revival magic does exist. And you guys can, if you guys really, really want your characters to survive, you can do it. But I'll also just say that, like, death is a part of the game. Could you revive Daniel? Yes, in theory. Like, it's possible there. Was I able to make +6 for your character? Dear, I haven't made +6+ for anybody's character yet. I have not done it for anyone yet, formally. I have some informal ideas already put down. But yeah, I haven't done that yet. You do need the Pokeballs. You need your Pocket Menagerie. Like, lady, I'm certain you're going to want to write that down. Hey, Sharon, how are you? We're chatting here. We're on a little bit of delay because one of our players is out for a bit. And we're just going to chat for a bit until they're able to hop on. There. But yes, you guys are able to revive. Revive is expensive. And one of the players in the game has the revival spell available to them. Do I know a game called Starbound? Yeah, I know Starbound. I haven't played it, but I know of Starbound. Yes. So Mora, actually, to answer on that too. So yes, the Pocket Menagerie is very, very expensive, but there are some places that you could get one too. Like there are a couple of different places you could get them. Like they're rare. They're rare. I'm not going to say they're common and stuff, but if you found like big marketplaces, you might be able. Is it craftable? Technically. Let me phrase it this way. You need a powerful it's what I had the name of the mage and I just lost it. It's a particular type of mage that needs to gather the materials, build it, and then use their magic to imbue it. So here's the easiest way to explain it too. I'm actually going to draw a picture. This is an awful idea. I should not do this, but I'm going to yes, we're gonna draw a picture. I gotta close this because otherwise you guys will see one of the bosses. Oh fuck, where did I lose it? All right, let me draw a picture of how this Pocket Menagerie works. All right, so I hope you guys can see this now. So the Pocket Menagerie, when we talk about this and what it really is and the magic that's involved. So first things first, what it is it's straight up just a regular ass like barn, right? I mean, it's a nicer barn, but it's basically a barn. There, it's basically a whole barn. And what's done with it is they have enchanted a special rune. I don't know what's the symbol for the rune, but we'll do that. They've enchanted a special rune that, when used, it will either revert the barn to its original state or shrink it. It'll shrink. Wow, I want to make it. Let's make it a little smaller. It'll shrink it to a pocket size. So really, the barn itself is not the magic, this is the menagerie, right? This is not the magic. The magic is the rune. And the rune is crafted and handled by a Gigomancer. I think Gigomancer's pronunciation. It might be Gigantomancer. Let's see. Is it Gigomancer? It might be Gigantomancer. Yes, it's Gigantomancer. So Gigantomancer, their whole thing is changing size of objects. So they have their magic goes two ways: shrinking or growing. So a Gigantomancer is what you need access to, and that's why it's rare. Because essentially anybody could build a menagerie, right? You could find a menagerie, and yes, you could deck it out. And Dave Task, I don't know why I called you Daniel. Yes, the barn could be upgraded. Anything could be upgraded. It's because it's targeting this, and it's the Gigantomancer that has the ability to enchant a rune with some of their magic so that it can return an object back to its regular size or shrink the object to a small size. That's the real power of what you need to find as well. Which is why it's so expensive, because this spell, especially enchanting a rune with a spell so that it can continuously being used, and you could run out of charges on your rune and you just need to recharge it too. You need to find that. But yeah, that's the magic, and that's why how the Pocket Menagerie works. But you might then also start thinking, hey, can't I pocket other things? Like a fortress? Couldn't we have like a pocket fortress? Yes. Yes, you can. I talked about the Pocket Menagerie, particularly because of our Beast Tamer. And I thought, like, hey, this might be a good item, but who's to say that you guys couldn't have a mobile base as well, that you could spawn up and go to live in it, too. Pocket spaceship, basically. How about you shrink Lady and put them in your pocket? I mean, dear, what the whole point of the Pocket Menagerie, right, is so that Lady could store, right, all of her extra animals for the time being in one solid place and transport it around. What do you think would happen if a person walked into the menagerie if they shrunk it? They also get shrunk down with it, right? These are things that are available to you guys. These are things that if you guys want to pursue this, you absolutely grew. You absolutely can do all of this as well. My balls itch. Scissors. I agree. Snip them. If they itching, you don't need them anymore. Yeah, so no, I absolutely agree with you guys. Like, that's the way to do that. And I'm telling you, there's so many magical items that we haven't even talked about in the world. Like, so many things that we can do together and explore with. Like, there's lots of cool shit. And I'm not limiting you guys even in the slightest. So whatever you guys want to experience and stuff, I'm just going to figure out a way to balance it, and then we'll put it in. That's kind of my mentality on it. And I've got specialty items that I think will work well for all of you guys. In fact, I have already written down, too, as one of the loot items. You guys can't see it because that'd be too spoilery. One of the loot items that you guys will get from the final boss is going to, actually, I think both of them, but they're really going to reshape the way you guys think about this game. And the access that you guys will have to things as well. Okay, could I just double checking? I was like, I don't want to be sharing my screen. I am not really showing anything on screen, but yeah, like, I think it's going to reshape a little bit how you guys think and view the game to some of the items that exist and that I've come up with. Actually, even funnier, you guys haven't used that magic dagger yet. What? Why haven't you guys used the magic dagger group too? What is there? It's important. Yes, TMG, I think that's important, and I agree, and it does fit within the lore. Did Oxygen actually stab with it? I didn't think he actually stabbed with it. Oh, he was using the dagger. Yes, he was using the dagger. There. Yeah, they didn't take any damage. They didn't take any damage because he was too weak with the dagger. It was not a problem with the dagger. Like, it was just too weak. Guys, their damage resistance, I think, was 3. So, like, he's going up and stabbing it, and I'm like, they're rock solid. So they're like, okay, what the fuck's that gonna do? I know, you're like, only 3. Well, so David, it affects her ability to hit, but the problem is Pink is not built right now. She did not build her character for combat. She built it for the out of combat stuff, which is going to be half of your guys' campaign as well. So she used all of her skills immediately that could have dealt damage to the bosses, and then just had a dagger and not a way to get past the damage resistance as well. If she would have got a crit, she would have got past the damage resistance. But yeah, dear, you were dealing damage. You were dealing the damage, and that's what's gotta happen too. And if you have one person dealing it in, you're like the best support. You support the team by killing the fucking boss. Right? So that's all you need to do at the end of the day. Oh. Yeah, you don't need to use her. Well, in Mora, long term, you're not going to use your staff for anything. Your staff is going to eventually be charged with one of your spells that you really like, so that you can cast it for free. And then you're just going to be a spellcaster, because that's what you are. You're just going to get enough stamina, and you're just going to keep casting spells and using magic.
Can we also sneak peek on the gacha? I am getting curious. OWO.
I mean, yeah, we could do some sneak peek on the gacha. Let me pull it up. I gotta boot it up too. So yeah, we could talk about it. We can talk about the gacha game. Let's see. Oh, I have my just right here. I don't have to go too far. So I've started items. It does not mean that items are fully in the game, but they have been started formally there. So let's why is this over here? I didn't think I actually opened this up today. All right, so yeah, let's talk about some of the gacha stuff. So, what you guys can see here, what I did, just for context, I actually went back through some of my old code, and one of the things I needed to fix was I used to have this load data statement, but for every single data file, which is a lot. These are all the different data files that I have to load in the background. And I'm like, it's getting kind of unstable that way, especially since a lot of the code's repeated. So I actually cut about 100 lines of code the other day, just unifying it into one single statement that just loads data, right? So I made it a lot easier for loading in the data. Now, on the other side, these are all the items. These are all the items I have currently planned so far. So I have 38 items in there. Most of them are just like common stuff. So let's talk about what are some of the items here. And I'm actually going to pull up some pictures because I've started drawing them, temp item drawing. These are not going to be final by any sense. You can start, actually, you know what, that's perfect. You guys can see these items. So here are the first 8 items here. So what are these items? What are you looking at right now? Well, the items themselves are these, at least these first 4 here, they're for leveling your characters in the game. So these will level them up, obviously getting stronger. So, of course, you have bread, a crab sandwich. Actually, let's zoom in so you guys can see better. So here's your bread item. Upgrades crab sandwich. Then you've got cake. And then a very delicious premium roast. And then you've got books there. So these are skill books to upgrade character skills. And then this is the best I could come up with as a recruit. See, that was the name of it. Thank you, Nika. I was legitimately going to put Pozzoli into the game, and then I couldn't remember what the word was. I forgot the name. That was the only reason I didn't put it in. I really wanted to. So now that I have the name, and I'm going to forget it immediately, I actually, maybe better than deluxe cake? I don't know. We'll just, I'm just going to jot it down just to see if I remember it later. I won't, but we'll see. And then this is your recruitment ticket there, so you can get more heroes. So the items I've introduced so far to the game are level up for characters, level up for skills, recruitment tickets, so you can get free pulls, and then all of these fragments, so it's a mixture of star element fragments and like these tokens, attacker token, attacker crest, attacker royal crest for each of the classes. These are ascension items, so items you need to get to ascend your character to the next level. There. So that's basically what I've introduced so far, and I haven't actually formally started programming them in the game yet, but that is kind of my next step, is I do want to actually start putting it all in the game. Now, I'm going to pull it here. I'm going to do our little local host. 42069. So, where do we last leave off? So, you guys can see here the game. There's not much more to preview from last time because I have not had time to program. But obviously, we've got our game settings here, so we can choose whatever level we want. We can go and start. It's going to load up our characters. We can load in our characters, and now we could do the level as well. So we can do this. This level, we have to break 20 of these blocks. So I need to put the objective here so that you can clearly see what your objective is and how close you are. But that's what it is. And you have 14 moves. One of the other changes that I made, because I didn't realize that I made this mistake, was when you use skills, it didn't decrease your moves. And that is something that is supposed to happen. It's if you're using a skill, that is your turn. There. So I fixed that. So we'll see here in a second. I'm going to demo it for you. There. So we've got this move. And if I click, if I click on Nibusan's move, you'll see it used a move up to do that. There. So that is just something that I added in as well. So we've got this. So, we'll just go through here. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this will work. We got to break more blocks. I also realized today that I need a score. Like, not just a multiplier, but we actually need a score to show how well you're doing on a stage so that you might have a reason to go back to the stage to see if you can beat your score on it. So yeah, then we got this. We hit continue. It'll bring us right back here. There. So that's easy enough. Too. We can go in and you can see I actually changed the energy requirements here so we can actually do different things too. So the next steps is now to introduce character or items to the game. So you'd come on the screen and see the rewards, give them the rewards, and spend the energy to use the stage. So that's kind of the next steps from it. Some of those items, of course, need to appear in your inventory, which doesn't do anything right now. And then the other of the items is when you go to your characters pages, there's going to be a plus button here and a plus button here for upgrading your skills and upgrading your levels. So that's why, like, I had to introduce items first and then get there. Dear, can you be a gourmet chef and a bard? Absolutely. Yes, you can. I can show you even. We'll close this. So there's not too much more to preview on it. I'm getting closer on some more things, but it's one of those that's like, this alone took me like 30 minutes to just type up too. After I did the brainstorming, it just took time to type. So we'll go here. There's nothing to reveal. I'm gonna close the server. Okay, so yes, let's go to skills, general skills. So if we go to general skills, one of the general skills is foodcraft here, which is a skill you can learn from a chef. So you can actually go and learn food and recipes from chefs, just like Yas did with the party, right? Yas can cook crabs, right? That's a thing Yas is able to do because he learned the recipe for cooking crabs. His only requirement was he needed spice and a crab. And now he can cook this recipe that regenerates 6 stamina per consumption. There. Would I play multiplayer buckshot roulette with you when it comes out? Sure. So yeah, Yas can now cook crab. But the thing is, it's foodcraft is the skill. So can't be used during the combat phase, must have a fire and cooking supplies to create meal. The skill cannot be upgraded through leveling because you got to learn recipes and stuff, but you're able to combine ingredients. I need to do a whole update on, I need to do a formal update on food. Like just food in general, explaining how food works. And then I need to do this as well for Artanis. too, specifically there. So that's what I need to figure out. So I'm going to do it, but yes, anybody can learn foodcraft. You usually just have to pay for it, and then you could slowly upgrade your stuff, right? I don't know how long. So it's been an hour. So the message that I asked in Discord specifically was basically like, hey, do you want us to push it back a bit? If it's only an hour or so, that's really not a big deal. And then it said, if it's not, are you fine with us starting and you join later? And he said he'll join later. I don't know what that means. Like, yeah, I have zero clue when Salty return. There. What do you guys think? Do we want to wait another 20 minutes? Another 20 minutes and then get started? Girlfriend ASMR. Girlfriend scares the public because she wanted to ride the carnival ride with you. Yeah, what do you guys think? Do we want to wait, give it 20-ish more minutes and then get started and then just have Salty join us? He hasn't come to 9 or 10. I mean, there's that too. I am not going to watch that right now. Could do a bit of chill roleplay. I mean, that's the thing. We could do some of the roleplay and just get started with it, and I could just kind of have Salty follow along with you guys there. Like, I could simulate Salty's character just fine on it. So it's really up to you guys. Committing a jar nap. Just don't spawn any important events. I mean, I can't guarantee that. Because I don't want to just be like, all right, guys, now we got to pause here because something could happen. You don't know if I could be a lore accurate Salty? I mean, it's true. That's true. I don't know if I could fully channel Salty. I mean, we could. It would require dream nailing the pedestrians. That is true. We would have to suck in to the pedestrians. That's true. Well, you know what? TMG. I'm gonna pin this, or yeah, we're gonna leave that message there. Right? I just want this message saved. I'm just gonna post it here. I just want that message saved too. Cause I'll let you decide that. I'll let you decide that. There's different levels of insanity, and you guys will decide if I'm insane. Yeah. Group 1 decide on how accurate Salty is. Yeah, you can do there. You're right, I do have the mercy. Nah, I don't want to do those curses because then we have to like remove the curse. Not hard. I mean, you're right, we could just do pure evil Salty. Yeah. So he could be very, I mean, yeah, he could be there. On a scale of 1 to 10, how insane is Summer? Dear, let me answer your question with just explaining the scenario. I designed Session 1 and what became Session 2 for Group 2 with the intent of everybody had opportunities to really utilize and show off their characters in a unique way. And Summer chose not to. She chose to do something completely different than I could have ever imagined, and I just rolled with it. So on a scale of 1 to 10, pretty high up there. Right? Summer went to go try and tame a big dragon. I have no idea. And there's only so much I can do. Just a sec, I hear my dog barking. and I need to go stop him. You're completely correct, Pink. And Pink, I want you to know that I love the way that you play Summer. Because I think it adds so much to the campaign and story. And it just adds more to my side, because now I have to figure out how to handle the situations that you come up with. Yeah, Mac was just, he was just missing his mom. Yes, Mora, you said you have a question. I can happily answer your question. If the cannons hit Summer, I mean, I'm still blown away that the cannons all missed Summer. Like, how I did those rolls, guys, is I needed Pink to roll better, higher, than the cannon hits that missed the dragon. And she beat all of them. I was totally prepared to deal like full lethal damage if she took a cannon. Because if you take a cannonball, Artanis would get hurt. Taking a fucking cannonball. Maybe not die, but the cannonball. What's even worse is she didn't even die to the dragon. She died to the dragon's tremor. Ah, just a sec. Max again. 1 second. I know I'm waking the kids. Alright, folks, I think I solved the problem. I basically just swapped the dogs. The question asked... Oh, you did ask a question. Oh, good. Yeah, so I had to swap the dogs so that they couldn't ask. How much cannons can Apple eat? I mean, cannon... In fact, truthfully, Apple could technically eat all of them. All of the cannons. Now, if you fire all the cannons at Apple... Like, he might fucking die before he eats them, but also probably would eat them. There's a man who shot himself with a cannon for money. That's insane. I mean, that's just instant death. Multiple times? Ouch. Ow. Ow. Ow, my abdomen. Destroyed instantly via cannon fire. Yeah, compressed organs. But this is it's all part of the learning, right? You guys figure it out. You guys solve it. I'm not, like, Freak of the Week music plays. Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. Is I am not going to restrict your guys' solutions and problem solving to the problems I present. If you guys present a solution that I didn't see, and it makes sense... then I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to say, yep, that was the answer the whole time. You know, that's what it should be. right? I have enough improv skills that if you guys present me unique stuff, I'll make it work, and it's now a part of the canon lore. Like, that's just what it is. I have lots of answers prepared for stuff. Like, I have lots of answers, but it's impossible for me to prepare for everything as well. So, if I can't prepare for everything, I prepare for what I can foresee happening and work from there. You know one thing I didn't prepare for, guys? TMG lighting the entire fucking castle on fire. That was, in fact, something I didn't prepare for. I didn't prepare for Lady to sign a blood contract. I prepared for Lady or whoever was playing Cedric to just tell, like, Lady Elfidin to go fuck herself, basically. But instead, you signed a blood contract. TMG, I mean, I was getting ready for you to be entrapped, but also I was almost expecting you to just say yes to the engagement and then just leave. Because that also would have worked. Legitimately, if you had just said yes to getting engaged and then left, and then she just would have thought she was engaged to Baron Triton Satyr, and then you're just gone, that would have been funny. But you burnt down the castle, and now you guys have an entire town that's on a witch hunt for you. And I still can't believe you outwitted Cedric. You guys... Dog. This dog actually might need to go outside. I apologize. 1 second again. Dog had to pee. Yeah, dog had to pee. Sorry, guys. That's why he was barking all up there, because he had to pee. The beast suffer from many territories taken away? Yes. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about world lore and what was the things. So, you guys haven't discovered, obviously, most of the world lore. But each of your characters has a piece of the puzzle, right? I've given each of you guys some of the lore as well. And spoiler, one of your characters' lore is coming up today in today's session. And the person that it's coming up with won't even know it right away. But in any case, yes, one of the pieces of lore that Lady has pieced together was this idea of why her class exists. And the encroaching wars, the territory control, and basically the growth of civilization, particularly protruded by the Algarian Empire. Because the Algarians have always believed that they need to take control of everything. Grow, be strong, like they're humans. That's what they want to do. And they don't want to coexist with nature. And so for their warmongering, they have disrupted the balance. And now monsters are fighting back, and they're feral, and they're ravaging towns. And so an entire group of people have started learning the ways of dealing with this. And one of the ways of dealing with it is taming. Tame the creatures. Tame and keep other monsters at bay. But in the process of learning how to tame creatures, you have to also learn how to deal with nature. And the way you deal with nature is through balance. It's not through subjugation. It's not through infinite power. It's through balance. You must have this harmony with nature. It's not a matter of just owning, right? It's respecting the fact that these beasts, these animals, are animals. They have instincts. They have things that they need to do. And they're not going to be predators just randomly. They're predators for survival, for that balance. And when their territory is destroyed, when their homes are destroyed, think about you. If your home's destroyed and you have no other options for food, right? Then you got to do something. And lady, as you might know, there are 2 gods that are associated with this. And one of them, of course, is the goddess of nature herself. Is also, like, that is her formal title, is the goddess of nature, but also known as the goddess of beasts. There. And then there is, of course, one, just no big deal, kind of big god, that has less impact, Tenebrae. Does anybody remember the name Tenebrae and how that applies? Pop quiz. I just want to see if anybody can pull up that name. Earthy. There you go, Mora. Mora's right. Yeah, Tenebrae is the star of Earth. It's the Earth star. Yeah. That's all you need to know right now. But it is the Earth star. Has influence over nature, over beasts and plants and growth, all of that. And it's had its influence. In fact, I haven't talked... You know what? Let's talk a little bit about the mythos, too. And this is a part of the mythos of the gods. So I'm gonna outline it a little bit. And if you guys want this deep lore, buckle up. Because I've written quite a bit as well. I'm actually going to see if I have it in my notes, too. I have a whole set of notes on some of this lore and what I created. So it's not specifically just beast lore. It's Sylvanar lore. So lore of everything. So let's see here. Did I write it here? I think I wrote... Yeah, this is a different set of lore. Okay. So this is... Part of this lore is known as the mythos of the gods. That's in part of what it's known. It's the mythos of the gods, and it starts with the original 6. Actually, I'm gonna draw this on screen. So the mythos of the gods. Let's talk about that. In the beginning, there were 6 powerful stars. 6 powerful stars that represented and created everything. The first of which was Tenebrae, the star of Earth. Tenebrae created the rock, created this flow, this planet for life to thrive and perform, to exist. With Tenebrae came a need for heat, came a need for sustenance and for survival. And with it came the creation of sun, the heat, or from the star Ignis, that brought heat to the planet so that life could start to thrive. And with heat came a need for sustenance, for water, for life. And that's where Aquaria, the star of water, we're going to design it like that because why the fuck not? Star of Water came in and introduced this water into the world there with her powers. Furthermore, came in then a need for air, for oxygen, for an environment, for an ozone there. And as such, Zephyros came in to create atmosphere, to create life on the planet. But then there were 2 others. For these 4 main stars were, of course, accompanied by 2 other stars. And, of course, the first star is Aeolus, the star of light. The Star of Light promised protection and promised good. And with light comes a balance. And the balance came in the form of Undyne, the Star of Dark. For where there is light, there must be shadow. And for a time, all of the nations lived in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked. No, actually, what happened is all the nations lived in harmony until Undyne started getting greedy. Undyne was not satisfied with the influence of light that it had. It wanted and needed more. And so it started pushing deeper and deeper to try and take more of the light. And at the same time, as a brother, as a twin, Undyne came in and pushed back. Undyne wanted balance.
And with the first flame, they came heat and cold, life and death, light and dark.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Artan, for that. Yes, no, Undyne wanted balance. And Aeolus wanted power. So there was conflict, and it started the War of Light and Dark. And the War of Light and Dark kept pushing and pushing. And then very slowly, because of the sparks from War of Light and Dark, the other stars also started feuding. Earth was not happy with the amount of water that was taking over. So Earth started fighting back. Earth started saying, no. We need more land. And then water would fight back and say, no, we need more rivers. The fire from the sun, from the heat that was created within the core, from Ignis itself, wanted more fire, wanted more power and control, and started overheating the atmosphere. And, well, Zephyros started pushing back. Started saying, no, we need this boundary. We need something that's clear cut so that things can thrive and live. But also wanted less of the earth and the land so that more air could exist. And this started the Great War of Elements. And that's why there are enemy elements and stars that disagree, because these wars kept going on before life had really struck. And at one point in time, there was a great discussion. And in that great discussion, the stars seemed to agree that they could no longer live in harmony. They could not coexist at the same time, so they split the sky into 6. And as such, by splitting the sky into 6, they have divided themselves so they could never interact with each other directly. They would never see each other ever again directly, and there was a form of harmony. And that is where we get our 6 stars elements, and when their power is presented, and why they cover 2 months out of the year. But amidst all of this, the War of Light and Dark never stopped. These all elements, they agreed to separate their stars, but Light and Dark started trying to influence things more directly. And how does one influence directly? By creating agents. Dark started creating, well, it actually started with Light. Light started creating agents and champions on Sylvanor. These champions were the first gods. They started creating gods on Sylvanor to thrive and grow, but fight for them as champions. They blessed certain heroes, certain legends with their gifts so that they might fight back in their war. And at the same time, when Aeolus started attacking and assaulting, Undyne started doing the same. Started creating champions of dark, champions of balance, champions of retaining what was necessary. And all of the elements started participating in this. And they started declaring champions of their own. We have champions of Earth that were there to fight for their elements. And that's where you get the goddess, and I forgot her name. This is so bad. I know it starts with a T, but like Tellerus, but the goddess of nature came into account. You get Pantalia, who is actually associated with Zephyros, the god of wind. Pantalia, the god of festivities, in there. All of these stars choose a champion and made gods. And that is the original mythos of the gods. Is it starts with the 6 stars that created the world, created their power, agreed on some form of balance, but continued to meddle in Sylvanor. And they're fighting essentially a hidden war. They're declaring champions and using these champions to gain influence and power over the world of Sylvanor. That's why gods only gain their power through influence and through prestige, because they need to have that influence and prestige to be recognized by the stars themselves and say, hey, I need you to be my champion. And as a cost for God, it's no God if there's no followers. Exactly. That's exactly it. Unless there's believers in their power, there's no God. And because of this, the gods, these stars, have chosen very particular individuals to be their vessels to battle, because the stars themselves have forced separation. Hey, Mac's coming up because he's like, Dad, I'm bored. I don't want to be here. Yeah, so they're like the stars, they've agreed they will not directly meddle, but they're indirectly meddling, and they know this. In addition to this, on the night that the star burns brightest over Sylvanor, they bless all that are born with their gifts. It's one of their final ways that they meddle. But it's the matter of that their star is so powerful at those moments, it's infusing magic into the world. And those that are blessed with the gifts have the ability to bend that material. Those blessed with the gift of Ignis can bend and move fire. Those blessed with the gift of Aeolus can bend and move light. And those blessed with the gifts of Aquaria, of Undyne, of Zephyros, of Tenebrae can all bend the elements associated with their gifts. They can mold and control them. And where I'm going different than like what you might see as traditional like Avatar, right? It's a matter of water bending and not water creation. Fire bending, not fire creation as well. But with enough power and enough focus, you can do more. So as, say, a pyromancer gets more strength, they can store and save flames for later. They can use their fire for more things. So, yeah, basically they can't create, they can use it. So, how does this apply to characters like Mora? That clearly has influence with light, right? It's because Mora has to have another vessel or another aspect to even use her powers. And you guys only one of you really knows this, but one character, right, Mora can't do anything unless she has some vessel and some influence to use her powers on it. The real power is that power to move souls, right? And control the flow of the souls. But here's the thing. Here's the funny thing, guys. You remember how I mentioned that Undyne only wanted balance? And Undyne and Aeolus are twins. Fucking Mac. Mac, come here. Come here. I got a bone. Come here. Mac, come here. Undyne and Aeolus are twins. And Aeolus and those blessed by Aeolus can only really use the power of soul bending. Those blessed by Undyne can do the same. So we haven't made an Undyne Mancer, or one that controls dark and has dark influence yet. But they do the same exact thing. It's soul bending. That's the real power of it. And they use it in different ways, but secretly, not so secretly, it's the same course of power. The same exact course of power. And it's different from the other 4 elements because the other 4 elements bend things that exist in the world. Because look here at this diagram again. Who created the world? It was not light and dark. Light and dark did not create the world. They didn't actually have direct influence on Sylvanor. So these 4 elements created the world. And as such, those blessed by those 4 elements can manipulate the world, can manipulate those elements around them, right? But light and dark cannot. Light and dark control life and death. And that's where they get to do soul bending. And since we're formally kind of calling it soul bending, you can imagine why some characters are able to revive characters, right? Why are they able to actually revive? And it's because they're soul bending. They're bringing that soul back from death. It's kind of like, it's kind of like necromancy. Kind of like necromancy, huh? We didn't really dive into Karthus a whole lot, but one thing we knew already, right, was Karthus was blessed by Undyne. Is a dark element type. Now I know so much.
Who can revive? So much hint him.
Lady, remember too. They're not only just one type of character that can revive. There is another, and they're siblings. Those who have influence over souls and just use it in different ways. So yeah, that's there's some of your world lore for you guys, and just kind of this is kind of your baseline mythos for the gods. What if you ate a soul? So let me phrase it this way. I am going the degree that souls themselves are the souls and essence of a person, right? So consuming said soul, it's unless you have influence over it, you would basically be it's like eating a ghost. You have no influence over a ghost. You just chomp the air, right? You're going to get no sustenance, no value from it. Only those that have direct influence can do something with it. So, what happens if you eat a soul? Let's say you go and buy a soul stone and you eat it, right? It's going to be like eating a rock. That's really what it is. Something else we haven't talked about specifically is that enchanters are not... They are not soul benders. They use souls to influence and craft for things, but it's an entirely different skill set as well that isn't directly related to the bending of souls there. Which means most soul or enchanters don't actually create the soul stones. Like they don't create them. They need to purchase them and get them from outside sources. They can't create them themselves. There. And this game, philosophically, everything has a soul in it, unless it's undead. Everything has soul, animals, players there. Yeah. There. Sounds like a black market thing.
Black market thing.
Maybe. I mean, here's the thing, right, lady? Who's gonna publicly come out and be like, yeah, no, I capture your soul? Like, it's not a good, happy thing. It's a really dark-natured thing, right? Which brings us a little bit to talking about the Church of Aeolus. There. As I've already stated, Aeolus has a goal for power. Aeolus isn't looking for balance. Aeolus is looking for power. You don't see a lot of churches of Undying, but you see a lot of churches of Aeolus. Lots of churches of Aeolus. What if I told you guys that the Church of Aeolus is a cult? The rumors that you might have heard, and you would have to find this from the rumor mill, but this is kind of partial lore. The rumors that you heard that the Church of Aeolus hunts and takes people, like takes children that were born under the star Aeolus, is not even false. It's true. They find children that were born under Aeolus and take them. They abduct them, essentially, to train them up to be bishops and clergymen of the Church of Aeolus with that sole focus, because it's so easy to build influence, right? When your magic that you're using helps other people, heals them, and even if they don't know how it's healing them. Most people don't know where soul stones come from. Like, they don't know. They genuinely don't. They have zero clue where they come from. They're just kind of weird magic there. And most people don't know that the main people of Church Aeolus are using soul stones. But have you guys asked, where does the church get all of their soul stones from? Since you guys have at least a little bit of background to know that somebody has to die for a soul stone to be filled. Where are they getting their soul stones from? And I'll leave that for you, because this is some lore. Rabbit souls work? Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. Rabbit souls produce a lesser soul. Some of the greater magics, you need greater souls. You need souls of, like, heroes, souls of legends, souls of large dragons. You need prominent souls, right? And I'm certain there are very ethical characters out there that are just targeting the sick that are dying, right? And they're like, oh, as you die, I just want to stick around you for a little bit, and they just nicely watch the person die and just capture their soul. No big deal, right? That's not always going to be the case. And Mora, how many soul stones did you go through last session? I don't know if you're still here or could answer that, but like, considering how many you went through, to a shit ton. So people were dying to the dragon, right? You need a fucking ton of these things. So, Dave, to answer your question, yes, actually. I mean, not nicely, but legitimately, yeah. There is a truth to the fact that those who are in Theodore, rightly so, hate magic users. Like, they genuinely do. They hate magic users because of some of this controversy, because of some of the science can't explain them side of it. Like, it's a very legitimate thing. They just absolutely hate that. So, yeah, I'm hoping this is painting a better picture of the world here. And I will say, this is all canon. This is all legitimate. I actually documented and wrote all of this down, too. You mean me to invent you a slur? I don't think I could ethically do that. Influences tied to the body? Yeah. Which actually, Apple, I'm glad you bring this up, right? So let's talk about Salty for a minute, right? So where does Salty fit in all of this? Have you guys ever thought about that? Because what is Salty? Salty is a void cursed. That is Salty's race, as well as his class. Where does Salty come from? Yeah, what is it, Dave? I'll let you do. You guys can think about it. Salty comes from. Dave, you are correct. Salty. So, It's a little bit deeper than that, though. It's not just souls coming back. A void cursed is a specific individual that when they died, their soul was cursed, as such, to be bound to Sylvanor. Their soul can't be moved on. So, for example, if one were to somehow kill Salty, right, they couldn't extract his soul. That's not possible. They're bound to the earth themselves. And Void Curse lore, Void Curse can't die. Legitimately, I even have it written down on the Void Cursed. Void Curse cannot die. Outright. When you deal damage to a Void Curse, you're actually destroying the Void Curse's gear. Because Void Curse become very attached to their possessions. It's a part of their lore. If Salty loses his jar, like legitimately guys, if Salty loses his jar, he will actually run away. He will vanish. He will cease to exist. If his jar were to become destroyed, he would cease to exist. Because he would drop all of his other possessions and just fly away. And be gone. And you would not be able to communicate or do anything. That's honestly, legitimately, how Void Curse work. Is they are bound to the earth, they can't do anything, and essentially, they become defeated when their gear or their precious possessions are destroyed. But the other thing I bring up with this is, how do individuals that are Void Cursed even become cursed that way? The God of the Void. We talked about some of the gods blessing. There exists a God of the Void. And that Void curses individuals. And it's one of his ways that, yes, Undyne chose the Void to be their guide. That is one of Undyne's gods. Right? Essentially, yeah, dear, in a way, it is purgatory. Yeah, Void cursed. We're cursed by the Void. Aptly named, right? Truly groundbreaking. And you know who named the Void cursed? People of Sylvanor. I mean, literally me. But the people of Sylvanor, they named them. They're just like, oh, these individuals were just cursed. And that's as much as they could figure out. But when Void Curse come back to the earth, right after their death, they have no memories of their life. So they're like completely new. And they're in a whole new body, right? They're a cloud. They're just like an ethereal cloud, right? So it's now they take decades sometimes to find civilization. They wander the woods. They wander nature, unable to talk, interact, do anything because they just don't know. I mean, it is very heavily influenced from Hollow Knight. I'm not even gonna... You guys did see Salty use an ability called Abyssal Shriek. Literally last stream with it. It's as Hollow Knight influenced as it gets. But levels 6 through 10 get a lot less Hollow Knight influenced. A lot less Hollow Knight influenced. Because Salty, at the end of the day, Void Curse are ghosts. And Salty is simply possessing his gear. And we talked about souls and bodies, and I think you just put it out there, Apple, very well, of like, the body is separate from the soul. Salty is simply possessing gear. And a stronger Salty will simply just possess bodies. What are you guys gonna do when your murder hobo Void Cursed starts possessing bodies of guards and attacking other guards as guards? Or possessing bodies of noblemen and taking out things? What can we do when this happens? Right? I'm not gonna say it's like an easy, he could just do it, but these are things that are bound to happen. And it's 100% an ability that as soon as Salty sees it, too, he's gonna be like, I'm taking that. That's my ability. There. You pick the guard you possess? I mean, I didn't know how any of you guys were gonna play your characters. Genuinely. Too. I just wanted to see what happened.
I am trying my best to keep my party in check, lady.
It does, and actually, Artanis we haven't dived too deep into yet, because I'm still trying to be very intentional to shroud your character in mystery. I really am. I'm trying to make sure that I am not mentioning anything, but I will say you guys will start to learn Artanis lore sooner than you think. And it's going to be all around answering the question, what is Artanis? Right? And we know Artanis is an ent. Well, what does that mean? Right? That's what's going to be swirling around. And once we get more and more on it, you're going to know more. And Apple knows from his character class what really is involved on it and why it's so critical that he doesn't become revealed too. Because prejudice. It's simply, oh my god, dog, you're fine, come here. Like, it's prejudice too. There's actually a lot of sad stories, like Pink's character, prejudice. It's a lot of prejudice that I wrote into the lore on why Pink is not only the way she is, but also just on what she is as well. So I don't know. I like the stories, and maybe this is wrong of me. I like the stories that come from hardship, like just a little bit of hardship as well. Not just like, oh, everything was nice there. Pink is a flesh tube, baby. What species has the most prejudice? Ooh, so the truth of it is yeah, that's a good question. So I think it's more of characters that present danger will have prejudice. So why do I say it that way? Demons have a lot of prejudice against them, but they'll build trust and things like that, right? Like demons is just an example of it. You guys haven't encountered angels yet, but angels exist in the world as kind of like the counterpart to demons there. Can I also include your gods in the lore? Sure. Absolutely. We can work them in as well. I don't mind that. So it also depends on species. So lizardkin hate orcs, and orcs hate lizardkin because there's like just deep grudges in history on it. Algarians kind of just hate everyone as well. So Algarians is they're the humans for the most part. They're a specific group of humans, but they're pretty much the humans on Sylvanor. And they just fucking hate everybody. They're super racist. Your species ignored? Yeah, it's different from prejudice. That's true. It's quite different. And the thing that I wanted to with this game is I wanted to make sure you guys could be anyone that you envisioned. You want to be a deerkin. You want to be a gerbilkin. You want to be just a fucking bear. And I wanted to allow it because I wanted you to know. Matt, come here. I just don't need him barking. I don't want him waking up the kids. I just needed them to know that, like, you guys could be anything, and it's generally accepted your race just existing. There will be prejudice that exists, too. You're a deerkin? Well, you're a different breed. There. Like, deer is the deerkin. But yeah, no, there's different prejudice. Pink, so what's Summer's prejudice other than, you mean prejudice against Summer or prejudice against, or from Summer? You are just a deer. You're not even a deerkin. You're just straight up a den. Against Summer. I mean, it's pretty much what you know, Pink. It's pretty much what you know. There's not necessarily any more. There. Yeah, it's what you know from the lore that I added to your character. There, it's a fear thing, right? That the prejudice that comes against you is fear based. there. And unjust fear, probably. Not completely, but unjust fear, yeah. For the most part. There are literal cat generals, although I do label them as feline kin. They just have different breeds. But, like, yeah, General Sirius is not just, like, a tiny cat. He is, like, a full-fledged out cat as well. What lady is only to fire backstory? Yes. You're not appreciated with the general. Yeah, there's a lot of prejudice against you. Just only if they know you. If they don't know you, they're just like, how rare to see an Ent. Right? Gummy's good. Valid. Yeah. Like, Ents are very rare. Very, very rare. You guys might encounter them one day. I don't know. We'll see. It depends if you go to the right spot. But, yeah, Ents are super rare. Oh, you're typing dims. I can look at my dims. Give me up. You got there. Oh, my gosh. So much. You've got so many things. Okay. Okay. I gotcha. I'm going to have to read through... I'm going to have to read all of this through when I've got... when I have sole focus on it. Just for you guys to know out there, too. Any lore that you send me, I go into the Obsidian and I add it as well. Just so you know. There. So if you guys send me stuff, I try to document it so that I can use it for future reference. I don't know exactly when everything will come up, but I try my best with it as well. Oh. Look, 1 second. I'm going to check my doggy. All right, my wife is back, so that was a part of everything going on. Just because she needed to see, or Mac wanted to see him. All right, folks, so let's talk a little bit. It is 9 o'clock my time. It has been about 2 hours in stream. What do you guys think? Do we now want to get started? There? You want to start? All right, I'm seeing one start. Check on Yas, Apple, TMG. I just want a verification from you guys that you guys are good to start. There. Hopefully, like, Salty will be able to join us quickly, too, so we don't have too much, like, Salty skipping. But I figure, you know, we can get started. If you guys are ready. Yes. Which should be fine. I know it's a little different without Salty here, but we could just have Salty kind of follow around as well. Because, you know, I do still want to give you guys a session today. There shouldn't be any big parts, yeah. There. Yeah. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but we got there. All right. So, Yas, you in? Ready? Oh, well, I'm certain we'll have a salty moment. It'll come up. I'm waiting for Yas to confirm. I'm staring intently at the chat. Can you take this opportunity to ask Salty to take your evil twin's corpse into the city and tell everyone he's our fire and bounty, please? Yeah, we could take this opportunity. Here, let's start the session, everybody. So with everybody here, I'm going to have you guys look. I apologize that some of the music wasn't as initially thematic as well. But let's get started as well, too. I'm going to quickly back out. So here was part of the problem. Is that my app updated, and for some odd fucking reason, their way of updating this app that plays our music is by deleting all of the stuff from before. Like, genuinely just deleting it, and I have to re-download everything every time.
My microphone doesn't work right now, right? Is that right?
We can hear you.
Oh.
No, I cannot hear you.
Interesting.
All right. Oh, man, what? Where the fuck? They updated the app. And there's new things now. Is this my normal?
My computer has some strange Discord voice settings.
Oh.
I'm still trying to figure out.
Ooh. Oh, what is... They updated my app? Okay, good news, guys. They did not remove... They removed my bell. That's fucking stupid.
Oh.
So they removed my bell and added L Earth. Which is just like an avalanche. Wait, is it based on location? Oh, it's based on location. Okay, that's better. All right, I'll accept that. I'm sitting there like, what? I was worried they were going to remove Splash. So, they did not. All right, L Earth. I'm assuming it's just elevated Earth falling. I don't know. Let's make sure my song works. Yes. Okay. So, with everyone here, let us now dive in to our summary. So, I'm going to give the summary. Please listen very closely, and then we will start the session. We're going right into it. So, one final double check is, can I get thumbs up from the whole group on being good? One thumbs up just in chat. There's one. You can stay up late tonight. Nice. I like it. All right. I need Apple TMG. Thumbs up. Just double check
And
in.
Salty, thumbs up.
And Salty, thumbs up. Well, Salty, I mean, he's not currently here, but I can give thumbs up. Okay. All right. So, where we last left off. Salty! Salty's here! Salty! Are you ready, Salty? This is perfect timing. We were just getting started. Yes! Fuck yeah! Oh my god, that makes me so happy. I'm so glad. I wanted... No, Salty, perfect timing. You were fine. Real life happens. That's all good. We just chatted for lore for 2 hours. There, just gave me that. I'm so glad you're here. This is so good. Oh. I hit my spacebar. Just disregard that. Alright. Alright. With everyone here, I would like all of you to listen in close. Last time, our adventurers were escaping the city. And they were escaping the city in search of ensuring that their papers got there on time. But unfortunately, with the new transfer, they were unable to get everything in on time, and they're still learning the ways of the world around them. So they escaped into the woods, and at what point in time, by escaping into the woods, they ran into some of their old classmates, and they're really intrigued by some of the conversations, but it didn't really sync up with their kind of new lives, especially after the move. It was at that time that they met a second Yas, and the second Yas started attacking them in some ways, and it was very unusual, but especially after working with Subaru and Kiriko, it seems really out of place there. Like, normally they're not that violent, particularly during class. Miss Hammond started giving more details, and it just felt wrong in other ways. But eventually the group settled on sleeping for the night, and they handed off and began. I know you're new here, but there's no excuse to be sleeping during my class. The loud shouting from Sensei startled you awake. As you looked up the board, everyone's eyes were on you now, and you could feel their judgment burning into you. Now, back to what I was saying. When dealing with exponents, you simply can't just apply exponents to each of the factors, but you must multiply out each of the variables against each other. The stern teacher looked around the room, looking for her next target. Salty-san, you seem adept at these sort of problems. What is the expanded form of the following formula? And she's going to put on the board this formula. So, Salty, I need you to solve this for me. If you could, just write out the expanded form. The formula is, of course, 2x minus y to the power of 2 equals 0. So if you could solve this for me, I have it on screen here. So yeah, we'll just put it here. It kind of got flipped as well. So yes, if you could solve that for me, go ahead and solve that for me. I'll give you a second. 3. No, see, okay, look. Don't forget to use FOIL when expanding out the formula. My word, what did they teach you? Anything that you're at Ho-Dunk school of yours? Look, here's how you do it. Sensei frustratedly started scribbling out the answer to everything on the board and just got really, really peeved with you. Oh, close that. At that moment, the bell rang. Very well. It seems you all have a bit of a break before the next lesson. Be sure to be seated when Sensei Miyuki comes in. And at that, Sensei left the room. So, Sensei is going to leave the room. And then, taking a moment to turn around. Falling asleep on your first day is quite the achievement. I know the lessons here are quite boring, but you'll get us all in trouble if you don't shape up. The boy slides over a seat to speak with you. So, you all are the new transfer students. My name's Makiba Subaru, but you can call me Makiba Senpai since I'm older than you. Knock it off, Subaru. At that moment, another student walked over and smacked Subaru on the back of the head. Just ignore him. He doesn't know his left from his right. I'm Emmy. It's a pleasure to meet you. And she reaches out her hand. And thus begins our newest adventure. Ladies and gentlemen, are you here? All right. Yeah, so she reaches out her hand. What would you guys like to do?
Start sweating profusely.
Oh, you must be.
Should I take a look around?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a d20 for that. Yeah, you take notice of a pretty normal classroom. The class has got about like 15 students in it. It's pretty small size, typical Japanese style classroom there. And Emmy's still holding out her hand.
What are you waiting, guys? It's lunchtime.
Oh, it's not lunchtime yet. Salty-san, it's not lunchtime yet. We still have another class. This is just the break between classes. Of
It
course,
is for
Mr.
me.
Miyuki is coming. It's lunchtime for you. Did you even bring a lunch today?
Yep.
I mean, I guess the teacher isn't going to see you if you want to eat your lunch right now. There.
Mom send a special sandwich.
I am currently suffering from social anxiety, so I am gonna clam up a bit.
Oh, I am so sorry. And at that moment, Emmy starts rubbing your fur and says, "Wow, you are so soft, Yasi-san. I could just pet your fur all day."
Looking hard at the paper in front of me.
Oh. No, no touchy right there.
Crab, 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 crab.
So, oh, Artie-chan, you're so funny, too. I just love this. And I mean, your leaves, they're so pretty. And all these flowers, did you grow them yourself, Artie-chan? Subaru looks over at Emmy and is like, come on, dude, they just got here and stuff. We don't need to be bombarding them with questions. How else are we supposed to get to know them?
I just noticed probably my beasts are just turned into plushies.
You're absolutely correct. Oh my gosh, Lady Chan, I love your stuffed animals. What's this one's name? And she held up the bear stuffed animal.
No, touch that. That's mine.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That I didn't mean anything by it. So, yeah, where did you guys transfer in from?
I probably whispered to Yas, are we dead?
I am still unable to speak, sorry.
From out of town. Oh, what town?
I never know rodents can sweat that much. Are you okay?
A town. You wouldn't know of it.
Darkridge. Three.
Darkridge. I haven't heard of Darkridge. Is that on the West Coast or the East Coast?
Turns a bit red and slouches lower in my seat.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
I'm from Tokyo.
Tokyo? Oh, interesting. I'm unfamiliar with Tokyo. I haven't heard of that place before.
It's a very nice spot, and that's where I get my plushies from.
Oh, interesting. You'll have to point me in the direction sometime. Oh, looks like Mr. Miyuki is coming in. We should get back to class. And at that moment, both Emmy and Subaru kind of return to their seats. Another man starts walking into the class, and says, "Hello, students. I'm here understanding that, of course, we have some new students in, so I do, of course, want to welcome you all here. I'm Mr. Miyuki. I'm going to be your psychology teacher here as well. So I'm here to talk a little bit today about some philosophy, some ideas, and where we last left off, of course, was on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now, who here could name me what is Maslow's hierarchy of needs?" And at that moment, he looks across the room and he says, you know what? One of our new students, how about I talk to you? Nika-chan, is that correct? Nika-chan? Could you tell me, have you heard of hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
God.
Well, no, I understand if you don't know the answer. Really, the foundations of the hierarchy of needs is determining our motivations.
I need to use the restroom.
As well.
Is that a need? Let me go.
You need to use the restroom? Yeah, I mean, of course, if you want to go use the restroom. What was your name again?
Runs full speed out of the room. Yasi.
Okay. Well, good to see you, Yasi. Go ahead. You can use the restroom. And at that moment, Yas leaves the room. And as Yas is running out into the hallway, there, Yas accidentally bumps into another student. Hey! Watch where you're going! What do you think you're doing here, you stupid baka?
Oh no.
Eyes get all big.
Can't you see where you're going? You should pay more attention. I hate boys like you. And then she carries on her
Run,
way.
but don't say anything.
And Yas continues. And we go back into our classroom. Here where Mr. Miyuki continues his lesson throughout. At which point in time, continues out there engaging more about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And of course, the bell rings. Well, folks, that's all the time we have today. I do think it's about lunchtime now. So of course, we'll continue with classes there. I think for our new students here, of course, you have time to eat your lunches, and then we have some time if you want to explore kind of like the main halls and anything. So I hope you all have a great day, and we'll see you again tomorrow. And then with that, Mr. Miyuki left the room. As you guys are now all back here in the main room, you have two students that pull right up to you, and that would be both Subaru and Emmy. There. Wow. What a class today. They really threw you guys in deep, too. So, can you guys tell us a little bit about yourselves? I'm certain you have lots of questions. We'd be happy to answer anything you want to know about our school here.
Well, where are we exactly? The name of the school and the place?
Oh, yeah, of course. How silly. I'm really surprised. Yeah, we're in Sakura Secondary School. Duh. It's only the most prestigious non-private school in the area.
The only one?
Yeah, this is the only one here in Sylvanor.
Is this what school is? She never went to school, so she's just confused.
Oh, you've never been to school before? Quite interesting, too. I mean, you also never went to school? Very interesting. That's... Wow, so how did you guys get into our school, then?
The hell is a school?
You guys seem quite confused.
Why do I look so human?
Hey, Salty-san, I've been meaning to ask you a question. Why do you wear the mask? Is it to protect your secret identity?
Runs away.
All right. As you run away,
I
you
follow.
You follow. Okay, you guys can go out into the hall. There, we'll check in with you in a moment. They're like, wow, that must have been they must be having a hard time with the transition. I know it's quite a bit to take in, moving to a new town and into kind of a new life, but
Lady WTF
hopefully
is going on.
they'll feel better soon. So are you guys all, I want to clear, are you all in the hallway, or is it just Yas and Salty?
Yas y Mezcal.
Only Yas and Salty. We're
All right.
still in the...
Okay. All right. So let's go on into the hallway just for a moment. So you guys are out in the hallway, and you guys can have a time to chat. There's a little bit of bustling action, some students walking by, and things like that. So what would you guys like to do? Okay, go ahead and roll a d20 for me. You take particular notice as you're looking at your surroundings and observing yourself. You notice a keychain on your belt. A keychain, and it's a little tiny jar. Keychain. It's also at this moment that you notice that you have hands. You've never had hands before. And you kind of have hands with your jar attached, and you're like, what?
I hated lessons when I was growing up. Robin here tried to drill into me all kinds of bowshooting basics, but I could never sit still long enough to hear the whole lesson.
Yes. So, look, TMG, if you need me to swap something out, like mid, I can't fully do it, just because I have too many things set up, but I could do it for next time. I promise. Like there's a lot of things I have to move around to switch a picture. There. Okay, can I have Salty and Yas please roll a D20? So, Salty, when you go to attempt to remove the mask from your face, you're just completely unable to. It's like it's solid on there. Yas, you though, you take notice of the students. It does seem like kind of a younger crowd as well. It looks like high school age student. Not that you would necessarily understand that concept, but you also take a particular notice that your hand feels hot. Like particularly your finger feels hot, but when you look at your hand, you don't see any reason for it to feel warm. Salty, you do discover, in fact, that you do have a penis.
I wonder if Hene is around here. I'm sure she misses me. Tres.
I'm starting to remember something that happened recently, guys.
Are you with us?
Well, he's currently just with Salty.
What? Tell me.
Why am I wearing clothes and not armor?
Do you know that strange creature that was hanging out with Artanis and Lady?
This is weird.
I don't like using dresses. Why am I using
So,
this
It's
dress?
definitely related.
Alright, so I'm gonna let Salty and Yas finish up their initial conversation. We're gonna go back to the classroom in a second to let you guys continue talking with Emmy and Subaru. Unless Yas and Salty would like to
We may
rejoin
be
them.
locked in its near-death ability.
Janelle does not appear. Alright. So, Salty, Yas, do you guys want to return to the classroom, or are you guys good in the hallway right now? You can peek inside. Alright, you guys can peek inside. You can just see everybody that you left is just eating their lunches with Emmy and Subaru. There are some other groups inside eating too, and the conversation's going on. So, Emmy is going to answer.
Packed lunches with us.
Yeah, you guys have them. They were in your desks.
Maybe I will go inside and eat.
So Emmy's going to answer Artanis's question of, like, armor. This school definitely wouldn't allow any sort of weird stuff like that. What are you, some kind of Shibonu?
Artanis is just panicking quietly.
Salty, yeah, you can eat. You see no reason why you couldn't eat.
I whispered to Artanis. I feel like there's something wrong with this.
So, since you guys are here, maybe we should tell you a little bit about some of our classmates. You guys want to know anybody? Or you guys want to learn some people that were in our class?
Is this one of those weird human things?
Human things? I don't understand. What a silly thing to say, Artie-chan.
We should probably talk this with the others, you know?
I'm quietly eating but not bold enough to talk.
I already know this classroom. Also, did you have seen Hene?
No, we don't have any classmates named, Hene.
Do you know a name Corey around here?
Corey? No, I don't remember any Corey. We have Yui. Yui's one of our classmates, but no Corey. Unless you mean Kiriko, but no, he usually goes by his full name. Can you steal food? Sure. Who do you want to steal food from?
Artanis, no, like.
Everyone? I mean, I guess everyone can roll a d20 to see if they allow their food to get stolen.
Since we're on a break, though, let's try to group up and discuss this.
Yes. So do you guys want to stand up and go discuss it, or do you guys want to continue talking with Subaru and Emmy?
Actually, one question works up courage. Do you know any other non-humans here?
Other
What
non-humans?
did you mean you don't know Hene? You know, ears up, black fur and a scar on her eye. You seen me with her.
No, we don't know any. Hey, and non-humans. I mean, no, there really isn't. You guys are our first transfer students that are non-human. Our last transfer student, Kiriko, he came in. What was it, Subaru?
Implying that we are non-human?
You guys are non-human? Yeah, no, Kiriko's the last transfer student. Subaru, how long has he been here? Subaru looks kind of at the ceiling for a moment and he's like, I think 4 months? Yeah, Kiriko's transferred here about 4 months ago. That sounds about right. Yeah, that's about it. And you guys are our first non-humans, which actually is really intriguing to me, how you guys got into the transfer program.
Suppose we're lucky enough to learn about school.
Oh.
We are smarter.
Oh, cool.
Yes, we're definitely smart.
Oh, man. Well, then you guys are going to really get along with Noma. Noma is one of our top students. She's like the idol of our class. She's absolutely gorgeous,
So
but
you explain
even
what a
more
school
so.
is?
Could I explain school? Wow, do they not have schools back in your country? I mean, this
Well,
is
my
here
friend Hene
where we
studies
learn
here,
stuff.
And I moved here to be with her. Tres.
Oh, yeah, we don't know any. No, a school is a place where you guys
Is
get to
Taylor
gain
Swift
education and
real
learn.
Here?
Taylor Swift. I haven't heard of that name before.
Well,
Oh.
who's the principal?
Oh, principal. I mean, you have Principal Yorigashi, too. He is very strict and stern. He wants to make sure everybody's safe and following the rules, so it's best if you don't ever get on his bad side or anything, and hopefully you just don't have to deal with Principal Yorigashi.
Is a non-human?
No, Principal Yorigashi is very much human. Yeah, you guys are pretty much the only non-humans here.
Muttering to myself, what would Marie do?
At that moment, you guys hear a knock at the door.
When did
and
we arrive?
But
Miss...
you mean Hene is not here?
Yeah, Hene is not here. Miss Hammond pokes her head in and says, Emmy, Subaru, I need your guys' help with carrying some books in for the next class. Can you guys come help me? Emmy and Subaru kind of groan a little bit, and they're like, yes, Miss Hammond. And they both kind of stand up and say, hey, we'll talk to you guys
We
a little bit
can
later
help.
after class. So they stand up and they leave. And you guys are now by yourselves at a table cluster with your lunches.
Am I able to recall any mind control
I've never eaten a
resistances
school
from my
before.
training?
No. You go ahead and roll a d20 for me. Yes, as you look around your environment, as you kind of feel around your environment and you feel the desk in front of you, you look around at the people chattering and stuff, you can tell this is real. This is very, very real. There. It seems odd.
So odd. It's so peaceful.
Oh, maybe Hene is late. I should make time while I wait for her goes to the lockers asterisco.
All right. Nika stands up and goes to the lockers.
TMG knows something.
I'm not really sure what the feline doing.
Well, would you guys like to explore campus a little bit?
I'm about to try and break out of here, guys. I can't stand to be locked up in a building.
Dave,
Nika,
I'm just going to post one thing. Look, Dave, any questions you have, you can redirect to this person here.
Ignore salty asterisco.
Because I think the specific comment was, I don't have the insanity of salty, so.
If you do not like staying here for too long, you could just walk around and see whatever this school is.
I attempt to bite the table.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, Apple. Apple, as you go to bite the table,
let's walk around, yes.
You take an immediate notice that the table is quite hard, and you sense that if you bite hard enough, you will chip your teeth.
I don't think that will work for your Thomas.
Are you eating something?
Attempts to manifest. All right, so you guys want to... Oh, what was that, lady?
Let's just look around.
Okay. So you guys can take a step outside of the classroom and
You're
you go
talking to
into
the guy with the mask?
hallway. As you guys
I
are
can't
looking
even eat
in the
tables
hallway,
anymore, D.
you guys can take a glance out the window, and when you look out the window, you do see a beautiful schoolyard with a blooming cherry blossom in the center. Students are out there just kind of chatting. You see a couple playing like some games. You look outside another window and you actually see more of a sports area. It's a little more run down looking, but it does seem to be kind of a full proper school.
Do you live here?
I would like to subtly pickpocket someone's backpack.
Sure, go ahead. Who do you want to target? So you're in the hallway. Do you just want to target someone in the hallway?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and roll for it, please. Okay. So as you're going up to the two girls that are speaking there, you start reaching into the bag, and the one girl looks at you and says, excuse me? Hey, what are you doing with my friend's
yes,
bag there?
I singed this school long ago with
There.
my good friend Henel. And who are you?
Yeah, what do you think you're doing?
I run.
All right, roll another d20 for me.
If there's one thing I can do,
Once
escape.
And you successfully get out of there before the girls can even think or process what's going on. There.
You really think that's a good idea, don't you, Rodin?
Listen, I'm not very good in social scenarios. I think you know this by now.
Right, no wonder you go for stealing.
Artanis is having a panic over his lack of table eating powers.
Well, maybe we should go to the cafeteria or some place that has food.
Technically, I'm testing my abilities.
My name is Salty Chan. You just reminded me of someone Tihad really likes fire.
They seem to be locked.
Well, good on them. Let's just go find some food then, since Artanis is having a panic attack over there.
Okay, so you guys venture over into
Let's.
the lunch hall, and you see a bunch of students all around. A couple that kind of catch your eye. You see one particular student that was in your
nice
class
to meet
earlier.
You, Salty Chen. My name
you're
is
not
Nina
sure her name.
Milena. Nice to meet ya.
Yes. You see one kind of character there. You don't particularly. You recognize her from her class. You also see another guy. He kind of looks very preppy and hanging out. He's sitting and just kind of eating his lunch. And then you see kind of a loner that's kind of just sitting there, just kind of, he's not really sitting with anyone. He's just kind of eating by himself. And then you also take notice of another character that seems quite rough around the edges that is also taking his lunch, and he's eating with a group of friends there. You also take a moment to say hi.
Hi, Nina, I'm from out of
wait.
town. Can you tell me more about this place?
You also take notice that there is a buffet of food that you seemingly could take if you wanted any food. Artanis, can you roll a d20 for me? Sakuraba Secondary School. Artanis, you take a particular interest in the fact that you don't feel hungry. You actually feel satiated.
Feels so odd.
Yeah, can you write down the school name?
Yeah, I can write that. It's Sakuraba Secondary School. Or Sakura Secondary School, I'll write that.
It feels so wrong.
There you go. Hmm?
Well, Artanis, do you want to eat anything? Or are you, rodent?
I try to take a dog stance.
Yas, you feel your body move into a stance.
Randomly start barking.
And you
Oh, well,
feel that
this
it
is
is
the
a
Sakura
perfect
Secondary
match
School,
to
a place
the
of
dog
knowledge
stance you
and
know.
friendship with lovely cherry trees around.
And Yas, go ahead and roll a d20 for the barking.
Yes, what the hell are you doing?
As you start barking, you notice that you're making a lot of noise, and
Squack squeak.
a lot of people start turning their heads and looking very unusually at you. And it's at this moment that one of the boys stands up and decides to come approach you. What is this about?
Artanis just looks at him dumbfoundedly.
So is this what you freaking transfer animals do?
Whispers, this
You
is
just
why
go
I
around
have
your little
social
animal?
anxiety.
I am so surprised that you guys got accepted into a school like this. I can't wait to see you guys struggle. You're really not even gonna make it to tomorrow with your behavior. Oh my god, fucking idiots. Oh, I'm Haru, by the way. You best remember it because
Punches him straight
that's what's gonna
uppercut
be.
to the chin.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me. Yas, what is your strength?
0.
Your strength is 0? Okay.
Well, thanks. See you then.
As you
Quick and
go,
related
It's more of the
question.
concept
Do you
of
believe in
punching him
magic?
than the damage
What
of
the
the
heck?
punching him.
Hell is this school thing?
so you go for a punch and you hit him square in the jaw. And he looks at you and says, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what? You know what? You won't last the end of this. I'm gonna go talk to someone. I'm gonna go find my older brother." And Haru starts marching away.
Artanis is just sad now.
Oh, you mean like
Sorry.
Harry Potter or like in the fairy tales?
Mm. All right. Just had to roll that.
I'm not really sure how you think this is a good idea.
I'm still thinking about that too. But you can't just let him say things like that, can you?
just gonna
You have
let
to
him.
stand for your
Yeah.
honor.
Yas, can I have you roll a d20 for me? At that moment, you notice a peculiar student come walk towards you. She's drop dead gorgeous.
Personally,
They're
no, but
very
my friend
tall,
Hene says
slender,
it's real and that
and
she's
she
a
looks
kind
at you
of
and
with
says-
C or so I'm thong.
And she looks at you and says, Did you just punch Haru? My god. I you know what? That guy's been an asshole for as long as I can remember, and no one stood up to him before. I'm really impressed. I'm sorry, my name's Noma. It's a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?
I. Ooh. I.
Well,
You're so cute.
let us introduce ourselves then. The rodent name is Yasuri, the tree is Artanis, and I am Lady. And it's nice to meet you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you. You guys must be the new transfer students.
Yes, we're pretty much new.
Huh.
Clearly.
Yeah. Well, I'm Noma. I'm class president as well, and I don't want to brag, but I'm usually top of the class. So if you guys ever need help studying or just getting used to life here at Sakura Secondary School, just let me know. Especially you. And she gives a little wink to Yasi-san.
Damn, Yas. You got a girl?
I. Oh.
Can you explain the concept of this school thing?
Oh.
That's so funny, Artie-chan.
I don't get it.
Thanks.
I guess I'll catch you guys in class. And then she walks away.
Okay.
Oh,
that
hey,
happened.
Noma. Have you seen Hene around? She was me in the classroom.
And as she passes by, she looks at you and says, I don't know a Hene. Never heard of that, so I don't think so. And continues walking.
Well, I suppose we're not in a very bad side. We got the class president approving this. Guess we're fine.
Yeah, but this boy I punched is about to bring his friend over here, and I wonder how we're going to react to a full team fight. Will you all help me, or can we just run away?
Feel like we should show that to the authorities. So, you know, we can blame it on them.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Salty, but I have to go now. Bye goes to the cherry tree asterisco.
Okay? So, as you guys start thinking about what you want to do, all of a sudden you see the boy come back, Haru come back, and he's like, "Ha! Now you're gonna get it. This is the one I told you about, Kira. This is the one that was giving me issues." And at that moment, you look and
Hey,
turn your eyes
everyone, who
agaze
is him?
to another two students who look directly at you. These little twerps are the ones that punched you?
Bullies spotted.
I mean, I can't actually.
Asterisco puis out gun asterisco.
My name's Kira, and it seems you new students need a little
Sits down
lesson.
the tree and hears some of her playlist while eating asterisco.
So looking very intently at you, it says, "We don't appreciate you taking... We don't take kindly to those that mess with us. Now, I'll give it to you here. My little brother, he could use a little punch here and there. So
Listen,
I'll forgive you
Kira,
for this time."
Do you really believe that this wimp got punched? Look at him. Not a spot of damage on him.
Trust me, nobody knows how much of a wimp my brother is more than me.
I
Isn't that right,
basically touched
Lago?
him.
And the big, strong man in the back goes, yeah, I know what you mean. And Kira says, "I'll just say, It's a pleasure to meet you and meet some people with balls here, if I say anything. And he reaches out his hand to shake yours, Yasi-san.
Squeeze hard shaking.
Yes. I think we'll get along just fine. Just do me a favor. And he leans in.
I basically try and break his fingers.
Okay. As you squeeze his hand, he goes, "Ow! Fuck. Okay. I see how we're gonna play this." And he leans into you and says, just into your ear, so only you can hear this, Yas. "If you fucking cross me again, you won't be the only one that will be on the detention list. You will find yourself in a grave buried out back. Do I make myself clear?" At which point,
You monster.
we'll see about that. At which point he leans back and says, "Well, it's been a pleasure meeting you guys. Hopefully, we'll be interacting again soon." And both Kira and Lago make an appearance. But what you do notice is that Kira is holding his hand, as you clearly had an impact on it.
Yes, just saying. You could do other things than just making enemies. Just saying.
I gotta do what I'm good at.
Okay.
Gotta stick to your strengths. So we're gonna take a moment and we're gonna go over to the schoolyard where one such individual is sitting and eating their lunch. As they're eating their lunch, someone walks up to them and says, "Hey, are you the new transfer student here?" Thanks for reminding me. Change the stream title. Are you the new transfer student here? What's your name?
Who's she talking to?
She's talking to Nika, who's under the tree.
The only one there. Real group here.
Apple, there's no such thing as filler arc. What's the name of the lad? I mean, your name's Nika-chan. If you want to know her name, my name's Aya. Too. It's a pleasure meeting. Were you with that rodent earlier? Too. I think he might have taken something from me, but I'm not entirely sure. He just kind of ran as well. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Anyway, are you liking school? Are you enjoying it?
Who? No, I didn't see a rodent, but have you seen a black rabbit around here?
No, I don't think we've seen any rabbit. You guys are the only non-humans in our whole school.
We're on drugs.
What did you mean the only ones? Hene isn't here? Did I sing up for the wrong school?
I mean, it's entirely possible. I mean, I did hear of another school in the area that had a little bit more of non-human folk, too. You guys are the first non-humans to come to our school as well. We usually get, like, other humans that come in.
Oh, I think I understand.
Oh. Well, I'll let you eat your lunch, but I just wanted to tell you one thing. And she kind of leans in. She's looking around a little bit and says, if you guys need help, just let me know. And she takes a step back, gives you a wink, and walks away.
Gosh, so many winks.
It's at this time that you guys start hearing another bell. Oh, sounds like main break time's over, so everybody can start heading back to class, and you start seeing everybody standing up and starting their walk back to class. What will you guys do?
Well,
Did I was in the wrong school? Is not really here? Did she? No, she couldn't.
well, we go back to class then.
Asterisco trai ream nailin a random student asterisco.
Go ahead and roll a d20 for me. As you guys are watching the people pass by to walk class, Salty, you reach out your hand, and you're like, okay, I think, and you go and you just jab a dude in the back of the head. It was this dude. He looks straight at you and says, what the fuck was that?
Single day, not pissing anyone off.
I like it your hair, sorry.
Okay, Salty, maybe it wasn't my smartest idea.
You like my fucking... Is that a fucking joke? Do you have a problem with me, dude?
Look at the time. Let's just go.
No, it just looked very old.
You know what? I'll catch you out back later. And the boy looks at you, starts walking away.
CYA3.
I'm shaking, Spooky. Why the hell do you do that?
Well. Points at yes.
Just because someone did it, you should do it too.
No.
Yare yare.
Hide behind lady.
All right. Are you all heading back to the classroom now?
Yeah, days.
All right. Yeah, days. As you guys all head back to class, you do see some familiar faces throughout the classroom, but one particular one decides to approach you up front there, and that, of course, would be Emmy, who comes up and says, hey, guys, sorry that we abandoned you during lunch. I'm not sure where Subaru went, but I hope... Did you guys have a good first lunch here as well? Hopefully nothing too unusual happened.
Yeah, thankfully, it's not that big, I suppose. Looking at Spooky and Yas.
No. Why is she always in that pose? Because that was the image. I
Him
got from
turning
AI.
a bit red and not talking Abby more.
Well, I'm certain you guys will continue having fun, as well. And of course, if you guys need anything, just let me know. And the most important thing, too, is just kind of follow along. Go with the flow of things. You'll get used to things around here pretty quick, too. It could be lots of fun. So just bear with it, and
I
I'm certain you guys will fit in
today.
soon.
Any advice?
You punched someone to... Hey, who did you punch? What do they look like?
I'm listening closely now.
Bal.
Did we die? Is this hell?
To die? Alright, so that was Harkikuru. You might want to steer away from him. His friends they're not the nicest folk. They might... Look, they've gotten detention so many times, too. I'm surprised that they're still here. So I'd stay clear of them. And then she turns her attention towards Artanis and says, Die? No, you're not dead. You're very much alive. Too, like, what is better living than just this? Nice, peaceful life that we have. Free from any harms of the world around us. Oh, silly me. Remember she said missed the first day because she was sick, silly. Goes to the classroom with the gang. Ah, yes. So as you guys come into class, too, you do notice your...
Rolling my eyes, only mental harm.
You guys do notice that Miss Hammond returns back to class and says, Seats, everyone. We're going to continue class. And you guys have a regular class lecture. She goes into details about some
Artanis
strange
begrudgingly
math.
accepts that he will not be eating any doors today.
You just got some various, like, lessons, and honestly, it goes over all of your heads. It's nothing like you've ever seen before, and it's so weird. And you take moments that while this lesson's going on to just observe the class. Can I have everyone roll a d20 for me? And please add in, or just tell me what your action bonuses are.
Unsurprisingly, I was not gonna listen to the lecture in the first place.
Okay. I think I'm just waiting on Lady. Okay. Lady, Yas, and Nika. You all, as you're looking around the class, you're noticing that everybody's paying very close attention to the teacher, except for one student. One student in particular doesn't seem to be really paying attention, and you're taking that notice of almost a familiarity that this student, while he's looking at the front, he's not writing anything down. He's not really paying attention. He's just kind of there as well. And you're starting to get a sense that something's different. Oh, it does absolutely add. So, the lesson continues, and you guys hear the bell. And Miss Hammond looks at the room and says, huh. And that will be it for today.
Oh, that's some cute plushies. Where did you get the puppy one? Tres.
What? Plushies? Hey, don't take that. That's mine.
And so Miss Hammond says, hey, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And we will continue class tomorrow. And as at that, Miss Hammond leaves the room. And with that too, you guys start to get swarmed by a group of students that are all coming up asking you questions. There.
Oh, sorry, I just think they are cute. Where did you get them?
Well, I got them from Tokyo, I suppose. Just don't.
This student walks up and says, hi! How are you guys? My name's Asami. Did you guys enjoy class? Was it good day today? What do you guys think of Miss Hammond?
Oh, Tokyo. They are so cute. Next month I'll be in that country.
Reminds me of Boggles.
Hi, Boggles.
Oh, shit. Well, it's not my
that
turn.
pose again.
I guess I can talk with her.
Where are we speaking?
Also, how rude of me. My name is Nina. What's your name?
Hi, how is your day?
My day's going really well. I'm just enjoying the world, and it's been so nice since getting to school here. Are you guys enjoying school? My name's Asami.
It's nice to meet you, Asami.
Where is your family from?
Oh, my family comes, it comes from Ruggles.
I'm still grasping this whole school idea, Boggles.
Boggles? Who's Boggles?
It's a tad confusing.
I understand. I was first confused when I got here too, but you get used to it pretty quick. She did. She said, Tokyo, I believe. This was your past self, Pink?
Have you ever heard of IMS?
IMS. No, it doesn't ring a bell to me. What about you? And she turns over to her friend, over there, and he says, IMS. Yeah, it kind of sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard of that before. Anyway, I think I'm gonna get going. And he just kind of grabs his bag and leaves class. Oh, don't mind him. He's just kind of always been a loner. Anyway, what do you guys want to do after school?
Why do you constantly have your hands in that pose, Boggles?
It's just, I don't know, it makes me cute. Oni-chan.
Okay.
Punch her in the face.
Salty, what is your strength?
Can I, like, try to stop Spooky from doing that?
Sure, if you want to roll a d20, go ahead. You can attempt to stop him. Lady, you don't even process what's happening while this is going on. While Artanis, on the other hand, is able to just barely step in the way and takes the brunt of the hit. Artanis, what is your damage resistance minus your armor? 2. Okay, so you're going to take 3 damage. By the way, I should have mentioned this. Everybody's at full health except Artanis, who did not get a great night of sleep due to magic missing a tent. So Artanis, just for your reference, your health is now 10. What happened? You missed it? You just parched Artanis, who defended Asami. And it fucking hurt.
Yes, nice to meet ya. So you are new in the school too?
Hey Asami, we're having a real hard time here. Everyone is really stressed. Do you know anywhere we can calm down?
Punch again.
I suppose that we are new here. I mean, it's pretty clear that we're very confused and I guess stressed, like Mr. Rodent say.
Yes. Artanis, what are you doing? I just want to make sure are you still defending her, or are you letting this punch go through?
At this point, I'm just gonna try to knock Salty if he's gonna keep doing that.
Oh well, I'm sure we will spend a good time in this semester. 3.
I'll shoulder Salty away.
You're able to start pushing him, but it's still, like, it's very hard to hold this man back.
Just kind standing idle.
Okay.
Looking at the mayhem going on the background and look back at Nina, confused. Yeah, definitely we're gonna have a really good day here. Really.
So, Salty, your punch does, in fact, then hit Asami square in the face. Asami falls to the ground on her back, and she just kind of looks at you, and she starts crying. What did I do wrong? Why would you do that to me?
Yay!
And at that moment,
Oh, no
she
conflict.
gets up.
Runs to Asami asterisco.
Why would you do that? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to be friendly.
Are you okay?
I think he's just kinda evil.
I grabbed like a book maybe somewhere and just bonked Salty a bunch of time.
It's at this moment that the conflict starts bringing into the attention of some of the adults. And Mr. Miyuki comes in and says, "What's going on in here?"
Salty, why did you do that?
You need some punishment.
Her face punched my fist.
Salty, go and roll a
Spooky,
d20
you
for
aren't
me.
supposed to punch people.
Yeah, figured.
Mr. Miyuki looks at you and says, "You? Me? We're gonna go talk to Mr. Yoragashi. Now."
That's not a reason to punch it. Are you okay? What's your name?
And at that moment, Salty is taken away. Hand grabs Salty at the back of the hair and starts dragging him out of the room.
I'm so sorry, Boggles.
So Asami is now just on the ground crying, going, "I don't know what I did wrong. I was just trying to be nice to you guys. This is not good. This is really not good. Guys, if he goes to detention, I don't know what's gonna happen to him." All of a sudden, her fear has shifted. Not from getting hit, but fear for Salty
It's you, okay?
and what's about to happen.
We can go to the nurse.
I mean, he's gonna get punishment. I'm pretty sure it's not that big.
No, you guys don't understand. Most people, they go to detention. They don't come back from detention. And I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe I could talk to the principal. Oh my gosh, it hurts so much though. And he's so scary. Why is there ominous church music? I don't know. I don't have an answer for you.
I know it's a cult.
This is just my slice of life anime OST. This is a certain scientific railgun, I guess that's currently playing. I have no idea.
They don't return. Do they just gone?
We don't know. I'll go back to Asami. We don't know. They just... Sometimes they go to detention and sometimes they come back and they're just different somehow. We don't know. And sometimes... Oh, if the offense is serious enough... You don't think he'll get expelled, do you? Oh, no. We can't let that happen. We have to stop it.
I know this might be a stupid question, but what do you mean by expelled?
Mr. Miyuki, I was asking some people earlier. Have you ever heard of IMS?
Mr. Miyuki is gone. I do want to say that. He's gone. He's dragged Salty out. Expelled. It means they no longer could go to school here. Ever.
Oh. That doesn't sound bad, as I whisper to myself.
Yeah, that must be bad. I feel like something terrible would happen if we couldn't go to school here.
Yeah, it would be the end of the world.
Tree is chatting with Miyuki.
Well,
As I longingly look outside.
firstly, I suppose you need to go to the nurse. I'm assuming there's a nurse around here.
That's a good idea. I'll go to the nurse. Can one of you escort me?
I don't think they will expel him, but they deserve a seat. It hits you without a reason.
Let's all go.
All right,
Yeah,
so
that's-
is the whole group here taking Asami to the nurse?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll have you guys start taking her to the nurse, but we're going to zoom
Yes.
in on another moment
And see
that's
if
going
we
on
can
right
rescue Salty while we go.
now. Okay, so I'll have you guys go ahead and roll a d20. I guess you should decide. Are you going to the nurse or are you going to go try and rescue Salty?
I'm going to the nurse.
Nurse. Okay.
Salty.
Okay, Salty. Nurse. Okay, so the nurse group, we're going to focus back on you in a moment. Yas, you start heading in the direction from what you can see Salty going in there. At this moment, you do see Salty being dragged by Mr. Miyuki. Here is dragging him currently by the hair. And at that moment, too, you see him enter a room and close the door behind him. So now we're going to go in to Salty and show what he sees. As Salty enters the room, Mr. Miyuki throws him down, and there's a man sitting in a chair. Mr. Miyuki says, "Sir, I think we're having some
at the
issues."
door with ears and whiskers.
Yes, and yes, you are able to hear this as well. Sir, I think we need to talk to this student about some of his conduct here. And at that moment, the man turns around. He looks at Salty and says, "Boy, I don't think we've met. My name is Principal Yoragashi. And in my school, we have a strict policy here. A no-tolerance policy, if you will, for violence, for actions that go against the rules of the school."
I'm surrounded by two aggressive men, cara sonriente.
Your behavior and your transference to this school was not from your academics. If I were to be fair, you all tested horribly. But that doesn't mean we can't
Well,
educate.
I didn't want to come here.
Well, that sentiment, while it might be there, it is my job as an educator to make sure that you get your proper treatment and education. We accepted your kind into the school for hopes of mending some human demi-monster relations. And you, well, you were the most human of the batch, but we will not be tolerating such violence in such ways. If I have to expel you, I will not hesitate. So let me say it closely again here. You stay to follow in line. You need to stay within your lane. Play your role and follow the rules. Or else you won't be returning back to class. And let me promise you something, boy. And he leans in close, looks you clear in the eye holes, because you're salty and you don't have eyes. He looks you clear and says, "Trust me, class is a hell of a lot better than what's out there." And he backs up and says, "We won't be having any more problems now, will we, Mr. Salty-san?"
Of course not.
Great. And he points to the door. Yas, go ahead and roll a d20 for me. Yas, you sense from the conversation that you heard and eavesdropping on that people are about to come to the door, and it might be a good idea to take a step back as to not look like you were eavesdropping. And you're able to do it well in enough time. So you guys return to the hallway. Mr. Miyuki looks at you, Salty, and says, "I don't want to hear any more issues of violence and stuff. And if I were you, I'd recommend maybe heading over to the nurse to just check in on Asami and apologize. And I'd recommend really apologizing, because you fucked up pretty bad here today, Salty." Mr. Miyuki walks away.
Artanist does a little jig while escorting Boggles.
We'll see you guys.
So we go into the group that took Asami to the nurse's office. And when you go into the nurse's office, you take notice of Miss Hammond there. Miss Hammond takes a look and says, is there something wrong?
Well,
So-
we're going to the nurse. Help her patch up, you know.
What? Did someone get hurt?
Asami, professor. She was hit by some guy without a reason.
Oh my goodness. I also work as the nurse here at the school. So yeah, I'll
Boggles here
patch
got
her up right
punched.
away. And she takes Asami and starts looking at her and says, "Oh my goodness, who could have done something like this?" And she starts patching her up, the bloody nose and everything.
Is she going to be okay?
I think she'll be okay. I'm glad she has such good friends like you guys to keep her along as well. But I do think she's going to be okay overall.
Well, that's good to hear at least. I'm sorry this gotta happen.
Yeah. Oof.
What a relief.
Yeah, I think she'll be okay. And Asami, through tears, says, "Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it, too. I want to be friends with everyone. So I'm hoping that we can be friends. Do you guys want to get lunch
You are
together
welcome,
sometime?
Boggles.
Do you want to get lunch together sometime? Awesome. Well, maybe I'll join you for lunch tomorrow."
Sure. Suppose.
Um,
Why not?
I'd gladly be your friend. I hope you could meet my friend Hene too. Tres.
I would love to meet Hene. Ouch, it hurts so much. She's poking at the bandages on her face, too. She had a bloody nose and everything, and it was not a good feeling. It was a very hard punch.
You alright, Boggles?
I'm not sure why you keep calling me Boggles, but I just, yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay.
Well, that's good.
Miss Hammond looks at you and says, "All right, students, I think I'm just gonna need a little bit of time alone with Asami for a bit, but if you guys want to wait out in the hall, you're more than welcome to, or if you guys want to
You
head
should rest
home
for
for the
now.
day."
We'll see ya.
Yeah, so we'll see you later. And Asami does her iconic peace sign to you guys and says, "I'll see you guys." Am I bad at accents? Bad at accents is probably more it.
Then we go to finding where Yasuri is.
Did I ever go in there?
No, you didn't make it into there. They stepped out right as you guys came out. Or right came up. You can keep doing it. I mean, it's fair. If I'm using the same voice as I use for Boggles unintentionally, that's fair.
I agree.
So, you gotta get into the office. That's valid.
Check my pockets for any keys.
Or things that can be used
I
as a
dislike
pickpocket
this
or a
place.
lockpick.
Too cute.
Okay. So you do find
He's
paperclip
an asshole.
in your pocket.
Did we know Spooky? Well, yeah, I can say he's really not a... Yeah, as you can see, he's not really friendly.
So what would you guys like to do?
We discuss more? Are you Nina? Are you sure you're not Nika?
Walk towards principal.
Got any ideas?
Mm.
Your name was Nina, right? But are you sure you're not Nika?
No.
Yep, Nina Millennium. No, I don't know anyone called Nika.
I see. Have you been here long enough?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a bit,
ALRI will have to get beaten then. You make sure the principal sees.
Well, I'm new as you guys. I was going to meet with my friend Henei today, but she's sick.
oh, I see. So you're the same as us, I see. But you seem like you know this place more than us, that's for sure.
Hmm?
No. The bald guy isn't the one with a broken hand.
Well, I searched some information for the school. I like to be informed.
It's Kira.
That's good. It's just, I don't want to be rude, but it's just funny that you look oddly similar to our friend, Nika.
Oh, looked like might be asterisco important asterisco, might not get their same treatment.
Is she a cat like me?
Well, technically she's more of a jaguar. So not really like, but yeah, you're kind of remind me of her.
I am, just for your guys' benefit, I think now is a good time for me to post the pictures so you guys can see them all clearly.
We can maybe put him down without getting caught, hopefully.
I'm
So
gonna
is this
post
general
all of these
character Black
to-
Rabbit?
lore pictures now. So if you guys want to see the pictures more up close, you can.
Lady has a fox. Is
Yeah,
it
it-
Foxy?
It was supposed to be a dog,
We
but it
can.
did not generate a dog or a wolf. It's like big fox. I'm like, okay.
Well, I guess we are kinda similar. We are felines after all, but I never seen a hagout around here.
It's more common. Fox are more common than wolf, I am dead.
Yes. Did you know her?
Well, we heard the name. You see, Nika likes to bring her up a lot.
Lady. Yeah, I can see that.
Nika has a Black Rabbit friend named Chennel, and I thought it was an interesting coincidence.
The only bunny I seen in my life is Henei, but she's have the ADRK food.
See? I whispered to Artanis, I don't think this is normal. I still feel like something's wrong here.
Oh, and who's this guy?
Something is definitely wrong.
Oh, the tree? Well, he's Artanis. He likes
Perhaps
to
it's a spell of some sort.
Should get back to the others.
You look like a Wimmy Scott. Tres.
Yeah, you're more fluffier than usual.
Let's follow the group.
I gotta say.
All right. So what's the group doing? Where are you guys going?
Well, as we talk, we're probably going to where Yas and Fuki are.
Well, Yas and Spooky caught up to you guys. So you guys are all together.
What is a whimsicott XD?
I meant the group of students.
Oh, the
like,
group of
where's
students.
the flow of traffic?
Yeah, people are just kind of walking the halls. They're starting to leave for the day.
Oh, school's over.
Yep, school's over. Class got finished.
It's like a little cotton plant and is super cute.
Wait, where do we go when MS school is over?
You could ask somebody.
We have. And
We can follow Boggles.
Boggles is currently in with the nurse right now, so she's inaccessible.
I can wait.
Okay. No, I don't know what a TMG's on. To answer the
Pokemon
question.
exists here. It's a
Can we
card
find
of
Noma,
Pokemon.
the class pres?
Sure. Go ahead and roll a d20 for me, yes?
Oh well, it was nice to meet ya all, but I have to visit my friend Hene. I'll see ya tomorrow. Bye. Tres.
So, Yas, as you look around, you actually are able to very easily find Noma, who is just at her locker getting stuff out.
Well, then, let's go.
HHIIIHIUURG.
Noma, you know if we have lockers?
Oh, hi, guys. It's good to see you. I hope you had a good day in class. Of course you have lockers. You guys can find them with your names on them. And hi, Yasi-chan. Yasi-san.
Oh, yeah.
She's kind of twirling her hair a little bit.
I back up regretfully.
Well, how can I find mine?
Well, I mean, you just look, and she looks, and says, it should be right there, and points to a cubby
Who is
labeled
Yas back in?
Salty.
I'm guessing me and our tennis follow up with them and just wave at them. Hey,
Oh,
how's it
thanks.
go?
Yes.
Me too? Do I?
Oh, of course, Yasi-san. Here's yours. And she points to one of the lockers at the bottom. Two. It's a little low for you, but it's right down at the bottom.
Anyway,
Yeah,
we
maybe I
don't
like a
have
pamper
nothing
like
to
over
do
there.
today. What are you doing this afternoon?
Oh,
Checks out locker.
So I-
Smiles stupidly.
I like how it mixed up those.
Who is Yas back in?
Oh,
Wait,
you're
who's
able
in
to-
the locker
Go back
before
to the
he
group
pulls me?
Well,
Asterisco.
I'm
I
gonna
almost
pull you
forget. It is my number. Call me if you need something. Gives number phone to Lady Asterisco. Okay, see ya. Tres.
Oh.
So, you see in your locker, you see a pair of shoes, as well as you see a note at your shoes.
A phone?
Uh,
What's a phone?
I will say there is in fact
Concernedly
no
read the
phone.
note.
Dear
Not at all, I read
Yasi-san.
on the wildlife.
So the note reads, Dear Yasi-san, I think I'm so excited that you've been able to join our school, too. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, could you meet me out back after school? I'd love to tell you something. Signed, Secret Admirer. Yas, can you roll a d20 for me?
Say to myself, no, nope, nope.
Yas, you take a moment as you're looking at the note, getting ready to throw it away. You do notice that Noma is looking very intently at you to see if you got the note there. And it's almost like she was expecting you to find it.
Aw, seems like Yas is very, very shy.
You do successfully block her view, so she does not see what Yas does with the note.
It's a shame, Yas. I think you're gonna hurt the poor girl's feelings.
I feed it to Artanis.
I don't think Artanis can eat that.
Artanis, what would you like to do?
It can spit it out.
What was that? That's essentially what Artanis does.
WTF.
Yeah. Even this world, we are.
See, can we go outside now?
Yeah, sure.
Well,
But
it's
where?
been nice seeing you guys. I hope you have a great day. I mean, if you're looking for where to go, you just kind of go out the front entrance there. I'm certain you'll find your way home. And with that, Noma picks up her shoes and kind of looks at Yas and says, you know, unless you're sticking around for a little bit, too. I know I'll be around for just a little bit longer. And she kind of says, have a good day, and walks away.
I get all red.
Yes, you seem like you never talked to a woman before.
I have.
Right. You have.
I'm talking to you, ARNTI.
Yeah. But I.
At a very normal volume.
Yeah, well, you don't need to scream it.
Yas, I think she likes you or something.
Yeah, that'd be a shame if you don't meet her. Wink, wink.
No, I'm sure Shush is just being helpful.
Yes,
I
if
just
you
said
want, we
that.
can call
Okay.
her.
But let's just go now. I think we had enough of this.
I think you should go visit her.
Can I have a wingman?
No.
I need help.
No.
But seriously, though.
Someone I can't interact with her.
I'm assuming you heard what's going on with Spooky. Could you tell us about it?
Oh, right.
I tried helping you.
Tells them about it.
All right, so you guys know all the information, in particular with the principal. The big fact being brought out is that the threat of expulsion is a very severe threat, and particularly read into the course of staying in line, following instructions, and playing your role.
What? And it is. I knew there's something wrong with it. But then, are we just
The
like...
plan we have is expelling Somone and seeing where they take him.
Correction. Getting someone expelled.
Does that mean if we expelled, we go to
That's true.
real life?
For example, remember the bullies earlier?
Yeah.
I think we can set them up for disaster.
I'm usually not into this kind of thing, but I am curious.
Yeah, I got a plan for that. I think if they try and, like, fight us or do something about it, then someone else that isn't involved in fighting them can, like, grab a teacher and have them overlook the situation. and kind of rat us out.
I see. I mean, that's not really a bad idea.
Or if that doesn't work, then after the fight happens, then the kid who I hurt his hand, we can accuse him of punching.
That's actually connect the dot, actually. Alright then,
Well,
I suppose we're going to do that.
Salty, I think it would be worse because I'm sure these guys have a reputation.
Yeah, I heard they are much more worse than you, somehow.
Well, they've been here longer. This is only Salty's first day.
Yeah, great first impression, isn't
I
it?
didn't meet them.
You didn't meet them. You punched the one dude in the back of the head.
No, he didn't meet the people that
Oh,
I
he didn't
was...
meet. He didn't meet your people, but yes, he did meet the other dude that said, "Meet me out back."
Kyo is the only one who punched a girl.
The other dude will wait for a while.
Well, then that being a plan, I suppose. But where should we stay? I don't think we could stay here longer.
I maybe am a little bit curious now about this tree outside.
Are you sure? It seems like a tree to me.
We can find a place.
Go out and hang around it.
All right, is the group gonna move
If
towards
we
the tree?
can stay in school.
Yes, we're going to the tree.
Okay. No black rabbit. All right, so you guys are hanging out around the tree, and you take a look around and kind of observe your surroundings. You do see a couple students talking. Ones that particularly stand out to you, of course, you see Noma. She's kind of like walking around, talking to some other students, but you see her kind of head towards more of a back area. Other students you see this one that kind of looks familiar to Yas, but everybody else, nobody takes particular notice of her. You also see Haru walking around too, and he seems to be having particular focus on Noma in any case. You also see Mr. Miyuki, who is just kind of sitting out on a bench nearby.
Oh no, rivalry.
Salty,
Who's gonna win for the card?
as you go to punch the tree, you... Oh, it hurts your hand and you take a damage.
Fuck. What you freaking think you're good? What's your idea to punch a tree?
I had to try.
Or you could just not. You know, just say.
I'd like to ask Mr. Miyuki some questions about IMS and Algerians and Ra.
Okay.
I compare the tree to myself XD.
What would you like to ask specifically?
Hey, Artanas, can you speak tree?
See if he recognizes names of stuff from the Sylvaner world.
Hey, Mayuki, I had a weird dream the other day.
Oh, yes?
And some names
tree.
started popping into my head. And I wonder if you recognize if these are like a place or like a people group or anything. If
Sure.
it actually relates to a real thing.
Yeah, roll it out to me. Dreams are an interesting connection. Some of the leading theories on dreams is that they're a continuation of our everyday life, and that they actually will have elements of life. So chances are, if you're experiencing particular dreams and particular memories to note, it probably is just a continuation of your normal life. But I'd love to hear, what names come to mind?
The city of Imenes takes a big thing, and the Algerian Empire,
Okay.
or the Grand Duchy of Theodore,
Oh,
maybe the Principality of Rar.
interesting. Are you writing like a fantasy novel in your free time? Too, because these are quite interesting names. I haven't heard of anything like before.
Oh, I guess it's nothing. One more word.
Picture me awarding myself
Do you know
with my own medal.
of El Sig?
El Sig.
Yeah, that's me. Is the name I had in the dream.
Oh, interesting. Well, I'd be quite interested to learn more about some of this stuff. I mean, how are you acclimating to school life?
PSSTASK about previous XPace.
Maybe some other time.
Nope. So, yeah, how are you adapting to school life, Yas?
Oh, nothing much.
Okay, well, I noticed that you were a little meek during class. I hope that you'll open up more. The more you get involved with school life here,
So
the better it
do you think
is.
that tree tastes good?
I actually have trouble talking to people.
Oh,
It usually turns out for the worst, and it's kind of influenced me into clamming up and not speaking.
well, and the best way to fix it is just talk to some more people. I mean, have you talked to some of your fellow students? I know Aya-chan, and he starts looking around, and he's like, oh, her. And he points to a girl over in the distance, Aya-chan. Says, yeah, she might be able to help you out with things here and there, too, and might
This
be just a
girl?
good to talk to.
The one you have on screen?
Yes, this one. Aya-chan. I probably flashed it a little too quickly. I'm going to therapy? Probably.
I was talking to Noma a little bit.
Oh, Noma's an excellent resource. She's top of her class here. I mean, if I'm honest, a lot of the students really like her, and us teachers do too. She's an excellent, excellent student. A great example to follow.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a great rest of your day, and if you need anything, I'd love to chat more about some of these fantasy places you've been talking about. And with that, he continues just kind of hanging out on the bench, reading a book.
Yeah, Artanis, I don't think you could eat a tree.
Guys, he doesn't know a thing.
I figured no one knows. Feels like someone is just really brainwashed or something.
But I want to.
Artanis, don't.
Oh right. We should try and find that one kid.
Ladies, just look around. There's lots of kids around.
The anime boy who wasn't paying attention.
Did we know where he'd go?
He did, so earlier when you were talking with Asami, he did seem
What
to
is an
indicate that he
anime?
left for the day.
I think everyone is going home now.
Can I reapproach Mr. Mayuki and say I remembered one thing? There was a kid that didn't seem to be paying attention in your lecture. What's his name?
Oh, are you describing this kid?
Yes, this kid.
Oh, that would be Kiriko. He's a transfer like you guys, although he transferred here a few months ago as well. Yeah, I've been struggling with him a little bit. He hasn't been keeping up on his grades or anything. He really hasn't adapted well here. I'm really hoping he'll make a turnaround soon.
Must be from the outside.
Okay, that helps.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you have any more questions about any of your classmates, just let me know. what would you guys like to do next?
Well, I suppose we have time to discuss.
Can anyone come with me to talk to Noma? Greater than.
Where's the motherfucker live? You mean the gang? You'll have to go out the front entrance to find out.
Do you
TMG?
really need a company to talk with? Your girl?
My girl.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's really
you're
into
just
you.
so good at talking. Can't you help?
You know,
I guess I'll
every time
just
I'm joining
go.
the party, I feel like the mother here.
I guess I'll just go alone. Trying to
Yazari, I'm
stick
pretty
to the
sure
shadows.
she isn't real.
Now, fine, I'll give you company, but I'm not going to be next to you.
just
Okay.
like follow from a distance and like over here or something.
Alright.
All right, who's gonna go observe Yas talk to Noma? Janelle is not there.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see, you know?
All right. So you guys all start walking over to kind of to the more the back part of the school. And Yas kind of walks forward a little bit and sees Noma just kind of standing there. And she's not looking at you, Yas. She's got her back to you right now. She's just kind of waiting. I should have grabbed one of my kids' backpacks. That would have been great. Prop.
Secretly sidles up, kicking some stones.
Oh, hey, it's you, Yasi. San, I was starting to get worried that you might not come. How was classes for you? And she's kind of a little bit nervous, twirling her hair a little bit.
It was. It was, yeah.
Oh, she's twirling. She said, I know it's kind of sudden, but especially watching you in the way that you were so brave with, like, punching Haru today. I mean, that guy's an asshole, and he's always been a jerk to everyone around, and just seeing someone stand up to him,
I
she
get
kind of
all red.
blushes a little bit herself. She's like, I know this is sudden, but Yasi-san, I think I love you. Will you please go out with me? And she bows her head directly at you.
Yes, you should say Aishiteru. Say
What's that?
Aishiteru. I love you.
Oh no, you shouldn't have told me that.
I am not sure.
She looks up at you and says, "Oh, I understand."
Everything in me tells me to run away. But it's so hard.
I know. Things are
For a change.
moving fast. I know this is sudden all of a sudden. I don't know. I just got the feeling when I saw you, and I felt like, I don't know, there's something special about you. But I completely understand if this is too sudden. And if you'd rather be friends and just get to know each other more first, I understand that too.
I. Still hang out with my friends too.
Yeah, we could do that. And she looks a little sad, a little defeated. And she takes a moment and she's like, Yasi-san, I'm sorry. Can I tell you something?
Keep looking and stay a shade of pink.
I might have asked you out for another reason, too. See, I'm being bullied by Harkiru. He's one of the rougher students around. And watching you today punch Haru, it made me feel like maybe you could protect me. And I don't know, this boy, he's been really, really mean, and I don't know why. And I was just hoping that maybe, I don't know, maybe you could do something to him. Maybe I scare him a little bit. We don't have many strong people like you, and I sense that you might be able to handle it. I don't know. You know what? I'm sorry for asking. You could completely forget.
Don't teachers
this.
know about this?
The teachers won't do anything to it. I don't know. Harkuru's always been kind of this rough and tumble guy, and he hasn't been the nicest. And I don't know. He maybe picks on me because I do well in class and he doesn't. It's okay. I understand. You're new here. You don't have to worry about any of this. But... And she looks defeated and kind of at a loss for words.
I just keep standing there.
Well, I understand, and yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. I think I'm gonna go home now. I'll see you tomorrow in class. I don't know why I did not want to read your TTS, yes.
Oh, man.
Noma, can you please take me somewhere now,
there we
right
go.
now?
Well, yeah, where do you want to go?
I don't know anything about this city.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to show you around. Although, if I'm honest, I don't know a whole lot about the city either.
Follows.
See, once we pass through the front gates, it kind of all just goes white. And then we find ourselves back at the front gates heading towards the school to start our next day. A lot of people...
What?
A lot of people just kind of linger here, and once everybody kind of passes in, it's just like the next day.
Is that normal?
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly normal. I assume every school experiences this.
You don't have a family either.
I mean, and she's sitting there thinking for a moment. She's like, yeah, I have a family. I'm certain I have a mom and a dad, too. I just see him at other times. I'm not sure. But if you want to go with me, maybe we can figure it out together. What's out there?
I'm quickly not able to talk again.
So the rest of the group, you did hear all of this.
Mouth just opening and closing.
Oh, I get it, silly. You're just shy. Well, here, come with me. And she grabs your hand, and she says, I'll show you. And they start walking towards the school entrance.
Do we follow as well?
That's up to you guys.
Like,
Okay.
So this place is surrounded by a void, huh? What if I ate the void?
It's all up to Salty. It's up to you if you want to approach. If you're asking the group.
Oh, might as well did follow.
Yes.
Walk into the void with her, forgetting I had people behind me.
And right as that moment happens, and Salty, you could join too. They all walk forward just out the entrance of the gate and vanish. It's peculiar. It's almost like you guys, you're not sure exactly what's going on. They're just not there for a moment.
I try to like take a closer look, but not into it. How did that happen?
Well, from what you can see from your perspective, you see a street. It looks open, but it seems as soon as they crossed the threshold of the school, they vanished. Artanis, as you walk in, too, everybody observes you vanish.
Well, everyone does it. I join.
TMG, as you're walking out and following the rest of the group, as you're walking, you look over to the side, and you catch a glimmer of something kind of interesting to you, but then you walk out white. And everybody walks out in white, and all of a sudden, you guys return back, and you guys, all of you, at the same time, land right back at the threshold, facing the school. And you see other students walking along, entering the school, and it's clear to you that it's morning now.
Huh?
And it all of a sudden, you're back where you're at. It seems to be a whole new day, yet something, it doesn't sit right with you. It's like a passage of time happened, but at the same time, you guys feel like nothing happened at all. Like you just kind of walked forward, and now all of a sudden you're back to where you were.
No. Oh god, no.
You like puzzles?
Well, this is hell.
You weren't the only one, Yas. I got a lot of interest in role-playing and puzzles.
Oh, hi, lady. What's up? Oh, Salty is here too?
Uh-huh. I just nods in confusion.
At that moment, you guys hear a familiar bell ring.
We meet again, Nika.
And at that moment, students are starting to run. They're starting to move,
we
and they're
have
like,
no
oh
memories
shit, we're
of
gonna
the
be late.
area. And that girl isn't nearby.
Whew.
Nope, the girl you guys were walking with isn't nearby. It seems like most of the class is just moving forward. Too, you see people running to class right now.
We go to the class then.
So as you guys are walking forward and you start moving towards the class, a familiar face stands in front of you, looking directly at Salty. Hey! You fucker. You stood me up yesterday. You coward. You wimp out? Such? Well, my offer still
Hi,
stands.
friend.
We'll rough you up if you want it. Oh, we'll be here after school in the back. If you're ready to get fucked up, don't miss out. Or, I'll make sure everyone else knows that you're a coward or a chicken. And he starts moving, and you see him start moving quickly to class as well. Urgently, like he doesn't want to miss it.
Well, he sounds more like a coward than me. Anyway, let's just go.
¿Hice algo así getting terrible?
Let's
Well-
just go.
Yes. I suppose we go there as we talk.
Yep, and you guys can talk as you walk over to class.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker, if you cannot tell.
I think I literally, when I was making this guy on the
I
AI,
checked my locker.
I said, make
No
a
wonder.
troublemaker.
Punched a girl in the face without reason.
Don't worry.
When you check your locker, as you come in, you just see a pair of shoes, no notes or anything. Although, Artanis, you do find a note in your locker. No books or anything.
Oh no, what
Check
no.
mine.
I pick it up.
Salty, you check yours. Just regular shoes, nothing in particular. Apple, what would you like to do with the note as you pick it up?
Okay, I try putting on the shoes. Do they fit? I have really big feet, you know.
Should I leave a note on Hennel's locker?
That's up to you.
Well, look at it.
So as you take a look at the note, it firmly reads, Artie-chan, I know this is quick and sudden,
I
and
mean,
I
she
know we
won't
haven't
read
talked
it until
too
she
much.
gets better, but
But I'm hoping that maybe you'll take a moment and meet me behind the school. At some point in time, I think I have something I want to say to you. And it's not signed by anyone.
Odd. It feels like it's similar. Are we in a limbo? Or something? A loop?
Interesting. No, I feel like some sort of lore gets revealed each time we do one of these node interactions.
Then I suppose we'll go
It's
there
probably
later.
important to
Limbo?
follow it
No,
through.
this is Sakura Secondary School.
I tell the others.
Okay.
I love note.
Oh. That note looks delicious. You should try eating it.
Your garbage disposal?
Nika, how long you have been here?
I don't feel hungry.
Apple, I need you to roll a d20 for me.
I'm not talking to a troublemaker like you.
Okay. As you're looking at the note, you're thinking about like the note that was
WHO,
shoved
are
in
you,
your
and
mouth.
what have you done with my cursed ent?
You're thinking about the note that was shoved in your mouth yesterday, and you start to get a sense that the ink is different, but you're not sure how. In fact, you really have never thought about ink before. This is really unusual, and also, how long have you been going to this school? Has it been a day? Or has it been a week? You're starting to get a little more confused.
What the hell is in UNK?
The TTS will not pick up corrections. So as you guys head to class, now that we're in the weird
Is my
churchy
finger
music,
still burning, by the way?
yes, it is. It has not stopped once.
Cool.
Is it your ring or something?
Yeah, I keep trying to tell you, I think this is related to the fake me that you saw earlier and that we were fighting.
Oh, I also want to be very clear
'Cause
that
I
when you
first
look at your
started-
hand, you do not see a ring on it, but
So
you
tell
do
me,
feel
lady,
it.
where did you come from?
Like, all our items are outside of this place. But
Wait,
we somehow changed universes. And my ring is sensing it.
can I look at my hand? Or my claw, rather?
Sure, you can look at your hand. You see a regular, kind of human hand there. Very peculiar to you, but it's kind of just like regular human hand.
You have your ring, but I don't have my...
No, I don't have my ring
Lady,
either.
do I look different?
Oh,
It's just an item from before that's somehow still activating.
oh no. We can't really stay here long.
Ooh, I have an idea. If there's any people nearby, can I ask them if the school has an archery club?
Yeah, absolutely. So you have a couple people for options. You can talk to her. You can talk to Subaru. You
I'll
can
talk
talk
to Subaru.
to her. Or you could talk to her. So you want to talk to Subaru?
Yeah,
Are
all
we
the
gonna
other
try
people
to
make me
break the reality
uncomfortable.
from the team?
Oh,
I'm
good
seeing
morning.
if skills from real life relate to here.
Oh,
Mm.
good morning,
Whether I'm
son.
good
How are
with the
you
bow or
doing?
not. Oh, I had a strange night, but I'm curious if there's an archery club here,
Ooh, an
or,
archery club.
like a fencing club.
Oh, there's
Somewhere
definitely
I
an
can test
archery.
out weapon skills.
Yeah, no, there's definitely an archery club as well. It usually meets after school in the gymnasium.
After school in the gymnasium. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Are you
Okay.
interested in joining the archery club?
Yeah. I used to be really good at archery back home.
Oh, nice. Well, I'd love to see your skills put to it. Hey, maybe I'll show you where it is after school.
Yeah. Do it.
Perfect. Yeah, well, let's absolutely do that after school. I'd be really interested to see your skills. At that
Should not shoot me, yes.
At that moment, you guys hear another bell. And it appears that class is getting started, so everybody goes and sits down. Miss Hammond walks in, says, "Good morning, class. Today, we're going to be talking about fractals and how fractals apply, and blah, 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 blah," and starts going over your guys' heads. She continues teaching class, and you guys are kind of sitting around. It is all over your heads. It's all like a foreign language to you. The class goes on, and you keep going forward, and eventually you start hearing a bell. And it's lunchtime. So she says, "All right, you're all dismissed for lunch to just be back here in about an hour." And she exits the room to go get some food. It's at that moment that Subaru turns around and says, "Hey guys, woof, quite the class lesson today. Did you guys catch any of it too? I mean, I'll tell you, fractals go way over my head." And at that moment, too, as you guys are continuing to talk,
Hey, Salty, want to see if you can snag some knives from the kitchen?
What is a fractal?
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to interact with her. Oh my god, that's so hot.
Hene usually explain to me the subheads, but since she's not here, I'm lost.
Oh, I understand. Math has never been my thing. I've always done a little bit better at
We can
history
go to the kitchen,
and
yes.
writing, too. And before you guys go, you notice this student come up, and he says, "Subaru, beat it." Subaru's like, "Whoa, dude, we're having lunch." He's like, "Subaru, beat it." Alright, whatever. Subaru picks up his lunch and walks away. At which point, Kiriko sits down. He looks at each of you. And he says, he leans in. Guys, what was the date when you last were in Sylvanor? What was the date? How long has it been?
I don't remember, dude.
Don't remember. How
I'm not quite sure, but early Lorraine, I think.
early Lorraine? Fuck. Dude, are you kidding me? So it's been 4 months? It really has been 4 months? Where were you guys last? Where was, like, your last in there?
Ignores the question while eating bread asterisco.
Ims.
Ims? We've gotten that far? Holy shit. I myself, I came from a whole different part of the country. I think it was... Where
Explain,
was it?
boy.
It's been so long. I think I was over in Onipostival when we got picked up. Jeez, oh Pete, I can't
How
believe
did you
there's-
got here?
How I got here, I have no fucking clue. One day, I'm traveling out, searching in the woods, and the next day, I'm fucking here in some school? Sorry, guys, we gotta keep our voices down. They're always listening, too. Fuck. Has the commencement happened? I know that they were talking, it was a year ago, they're talking about like nominating like a new king or something.
Have you seen anyone getting expelled?
Yes. I didn't come here alone. I had my adventuring companions with me, and slowly as they broke the rules, they got expelled. Guys, you do not want to get expelled.
Yep, they haven't voted on the new king yet.
Okay, that's good to know. No, they one day I step outside the weird front gate and I just come back, and they didn't come back with me. They just were gone. Completely gone. And anybody that doesn't follow the rules or stay in line or do anything
What if they
to break
escaped?
what's going on? What if they escaped? They didn't escape. No. I think they're dead.
You can't
right.
know.
I can't know, but I've been here long enough. I've seen it happen. People break. They refuse to play
Unless
along.
you have another idea of what this is.
I do. Have you guys ever heard
What
of
is that?
tricksters?
Tricksters.
I read it
Yes.
once in a monster journal, but I don't. He's looking around nervously. They say that tricksters can create illusions, and they can just manipulate our minds, but I don't know. I never imagined a trickster being this powerful as well.
But why are we sharing an illusion?
Your guess is as good as mine. I would have imagined from what I read, like tricksters target single individuals and just make them hallucinate.
I was just fighting one. Thought I killed it.
You were fighting a trickster? What did it look
Well,
like?
a mimic.
A mimic?
He
Huh.
was, well, really disguising as our rodent friend.
Disguising? Wait. Disguising as rodent
It was a mimic of me.
as a mimic? Wait. So it wasn't like an object, right? Because mimics usually, they pretend to be objects. Are you... And he's saying puzzled for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused as well, boy.
Are you talking about a shapeshifter?
I suppose so.
I've never, I mean, I don't know if I've ever met a shapeshifter, but I've used to hear the stories of shapeshifters taking over people's, like, bodies,
One
taking
of
over
our friends
their
that
kind of
came
roles.
with us seemed to be familiar with this world.
Someone's familiar with it? Are you kidding? This is insanity. Who could ever dream up this kind of world? This is all craziness. I have no idea what's going on. But yeah, shapeshifters, they're rumored to have been
I didn't
taking
notice
people's
at first,
places.
because I actually am very familiar with summoned clones. But yep, I think it could be a shapeshifter. Is that not a trickster? What was yours?
Yum
No.
yum yummy bread.
So I don't know. How long have you guys been adventuring? I'm surprised you guys haven't heard of these things before. You know, shapeshifters are rumored to be look just like us. Same voice, same actions, except they like copy our identity as well. I mean, obviously, there's no way for one to know that they've seen a shapeshifter unless you see yourself in that way. It's always been a rumors and like, you know, scary stories they tell as kids of watch out for the shapeshifters because they'll kill you and take your place and no one would ever know there. But why would the shapeshifter target like
I
us
thought you
weak
were talking
adventurers?
about tricksters just now.
Well, I was. So shapeshifters is a different thing. Tricksters, they manipulate with your mind, right? So they target you and they make you see things and vision things because they're directly putting images into your mind. They're like illusionists. The thing is, everything that I read in the monster journals about tricksters is they always targeted one person. And it was always affecting that one person too. So if we're all seeing this, maybe it's many tricksters, but I didn't know that they could link. What I do know is that I have done everything in my power to figure out what's going on. And whoever is doing this is here with us.
You say they only target one person?
That's from what I read in the tricksters, but who could know?
Currently,
right?
I'm
Maybe they got
thinking
their
of
books
taking
wrong.
down the entire establishment.
Oh, shh. Don't let them hear you. You can't trust anyone. I don't know what it is, but especially the people that are like,
Strongest kids go first.
you know, they're here.
Stop eating bread, asterisco. What did you
Like,
guys say? Tres.
I don't know. They all seem to be in on it, too. Conspiring, working together. It's almost like they're putting on a play or something. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Like I said, I thought it was a trickster, but from everything I read, this can't be a trickster.
They probably
too
have
much.
just been here too long and got broken.
I mean, that's possible. I don't know. I've seen people come in and they just mentally break and then they get expelled.
Well, people break in different ways. Some of them do.
Did you say that you're going to
illegal
TAKW down the
activities.
school?
Just don't trust.
And some of them just
Yeah.
join the establishment.
I honestly couldn't tell you. What I do know is that
Have you talked to the principal?
early on, I talked to the principal some of my early days, and he threatened me, of course, with like detention and then expulsion. And at first, I didn't really believe the threats, and then my friends stopped showing up to school. They stopped showing up, and I don't know. I've just kind of assumed the worst. I've tried to steer clear of anything, but it's been months. No one has been joining for months. You guys are the first to join here in the last 2 months as well. There were others before you, but well, none of them are
Whispers
here anymore.
salty, we need to stab the principal.
The thing I know,
Leaves the room and goes to the cherry asterisco.
anything that whoever is doing this must be on the move.
I
'Cause
was thinking
I
that
would.
maybe is creating this.
I was so far away from Imines. I can't even fathom.
Hey, Nika, we're
we
supposed
could
to
have
have
been there.
class now.
Well, it's lunchtime. Oh, you've got time. Yeah, I can't fathom it. I can't believe we've traveled this much distance. I can't believe it's been 4 months of this. It's a hell, guys.
I'm assuming you were human before coming here.
And I was Algarian, as well, too. And they always talk about, like, any time that there's a non-human that comes in here, they always say, "Oh, you're the first of your kind," but it's never true. I mean, I've seen elves, I've seen orcs, I've seen it all, and most of them just
What's your
don't
name?
last.
Kiriko?
Kiriko's the name they've given me. That's not my name. My name's Joshua. Joshua Fellhorn.
Some
too.
have mentioned other schools.
Yeah, I have a brother who's a merchant, but God, I haven't seen him in so long. Mention other schools. I haven't seen anything else. Once you get beyond the wall, you're just immediately back.
It feels like there's some portal of some kind preventing us.
Do you know the name Fellhorn?
prevents us
Of course I know a
outside.
name Fellhorn. That's my name. I'm Joshua Fellhorn.
You? Oh,
Wait a second. That's the name of the merchant that we showed the way to that one city.
You've met my brother? How's he doing? Describe him to me.
Elhorn is your brother?
Yeah, that one guy that he had a skin up for sale of
My brother.
this rare creature.
Yeah, my brother's known. He's always sold skins and stuff. That must have been him. Was he, like, heading to Imines or something? Is that how you guys met him? Oh my God.
Well, we're like his security guard going there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Usually it's me and my friends that escort him. I'm so glad to. The idiot. How did he get that far? I'm glad to hear he was safe. I'm glad to hear he's safe. And you could see the boy in front of you.
He's safe,
Take a
and
deep
so
breath.
his chest of gold. It's very safe. Right in his caravan, of course.
Of course. I mean, of course. I don't know why you would bring up such an oddity, but yes. Yeah,
I could show it to you if I had my backpack still. Man, I missed my pack.
I know. I can't figure out what they've done with our stuff or what's going on. I don't even know how they're moving us. And guys, it doesn't matter if you eat the food here or not. Too, I don't seem to get hungry or anything. I have to assume they're feeding us no matter what. I tested it. I just didn't eat for a week straight. And I haven't felt hungry. I haven't felt anything. Too. At least eating something makes me feel, I don't know, human.
It feels like a hive mind around here.
Confusion.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what's going on. All I know is that whoever is doing this must be here somewhere. But your guess is as good as mine, too. It's got to be somebody very powerful, and it's got to be somebody that knows what's going on.
Comes back with ice cream asterisco. Hey lady, Artanis, I got a ice cream for ya. Here you go, NWN.
I'm not hungry. Thanks.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we got to talk a little bit. It's been so long since I've talked to anybody that doesn't talk to me about nonsense school shit, too. Like,
I
it's...
can't imagine how you would go insane over this.
Oh, come on. Take it, insist, NWN.
No, I'm good. Really. Thanks.
Oh. So, at that moment, Emmy walks up and says, "Hey, Kiriko.
Oh, so you've heard of a school before coming here?
I hope you are being nice to our new transfers." And he looks at Emmy and goes,
How about
"Yeah,
you,
Emmy,
Artanis? You want
no, I
ice
was
cream?
just welcoming him to the school, is all." Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Kiriko, I heard that Mr. Miyuki needed some help too. Do you mind going over and helping him? he sure, yeah, he needs some boxes moved or something. He's like, yeah, I'm sure. He's in his office if you want to go. All right, well, later, guys. And Kiriko gets up and continues on his way as you see him exit the class. Woo! I'm sorry, he's such a downer with some things. He's been struggling since he transferred in, but I'm certain he'll get it eventually. But you guys have already been fitting in and making quite the impression. And she looks over at Salty and says, huh, especially you. I cannot believe you would just punch a couple people. Like, what is that about? Either way, as long as you've gotten over your violent ways, I'm sure we will all continue getting along, too. Anyway, I just hope you guys are having a good lunch. And she walks away and continues talking with some other classmates.
I whisper to the others, "Did we, like,
I take the ice cream from Artanis, who is just looking at it.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I think we should go in."
Hey, that's not yours. Uno,
What was that, lady?
give it back.
I was saying we should probably check out the guy we talking to.
I think we got a lot of lore
Ice
out of
cream.
him. We need to figure out some suspects.
Well, it's a bit
Or get
hard.
in a fight.
They all act like hive minds.
Yeah. They're very nice.
Overly too nice.
Makes me uncomfortable. I can't
My
talk to
father
them.
once told me to never trust strangers. This is probably it.
You rodent, give me back that ice cream, you thief.
You think Nika is a bit weird? He acts so different.
I do the trick where act like giving him ice cream, but it's just an empty cone with the ice cream still in my hand.
Oh!
It's a very,
Why are you
very
keeping
cool
calling
trick.
me Nika? My name is Nina.
Hey, your name is Nina. Sorry about that.
O-U-D-I-D-N-T.
He 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 he.
I'm telling the director RN.
Well, she's probably going to get busy anyway.
I gobble all the ice cream im Artanis now.
Yas, in the background, you hear a giggle.
Goes
when
to
you-
the principal office asterisco.
He,
When you
he,
look
he,
back,
he.
You kind of catch a quick glance of Noma looking at you and then looking away.
I suppose she's not real either.
So you're gonna go to the principal's office, TMG?
I immediately get red and stop horsing around.
Okay. So we're gonna focus on TMG for a second. As he makes a move and he starts heading towards the principal's office. As such, before he goes in, he notices someone walking with Mr. Miyuki. And it seems to be Kiriko, or Joshua, that's walking into the office, and they close the door behind them. What would you like to do?
I feel like it's the principal.
Knocks the door gently.
Mr. Miyuki sticks his head out. Oh, Nika-chan. How can I help you? Is anything the matter?
Are you sure it's not two people who handle this kind of thing?
Hmm?
Professor, the rodent steal my ice cream and it won't give it back.
Steal... Yasi-san stole your ice... Oh my goodness. Here, I'll come with you right now. And Mr. Miyuki walks out and closes the door behind him and walks with you back to class. So as you're walking to class, you see some other students passing by and looking there, and ends up going back to the classroom and says, Yasi-san, am I to believe here, and from what I'm being told, and pointing directly at Nika-chan, and says, did you take Nika-chan's ice cream?
No way. Nika-chan gave it to Artie, and Artie didn't want it.
Okay, and that meant you could take it?
So watch this.
That's not an excuse to take other things from others.
Starts juggling empty ice cream cones.
Artanis is still trying to understand what the fuck is going on.
CS doing it again.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And he kind of rubs his head and goes, okay, listen, I understand. This might be impressive and you might be doing some fun tricks with each other, but it's not nice to take something that's not yours. Okay? So I think it would be just right if you were to apologize to your fellow classmate here.
We. See.
All right, and Nika-chan, what do you have to say to Yasi-san?
I forgive you as long as you pay the ice cream you stole.
That seems quite fair enough.
Search my pockets. Do I have gold?
Yas, can you roll a d20 for me? Yas, as you're searching your pockets or something, you feel something appear in your pocket. Like you felt your pockets clearly empty, and all of a sudden, you go and you pull out some change, some coins. Coins you've never seen before, to various colors and shapes, but you're pretty confident they weren't in your pocket a second ago. But they're here now.
My eyes get kinda big.
What are you gonna do? You gonna pay it?
I give coin.
Mr. Miyuki looks at this and says, there. I'm glad the two of you are able to get along. Well, if you don't mind, I have to get back and I'm going to finish my lunch before class. I'm glad some people can get along, unlike others. And he mutters under his breath as he walks out the class.
I reach into my pocket and try to fish out another coin after he leaves.
Yas, you're unable to find anything.
I'm going to fucking kill him.
Well, that happened.
This teacher is super sus.
Murder is illegal.
You know, we should really try to find the guy we talked to. I just have a feeling.
Well, one of you knows where the guy you just spoke to is.
Guys, did you see the part where I made money appear? That's not normal, is it?
Yeah, sorry. Look at where we are at. Is this normal?
I mean, money.
I do not have pockets.
No.
I can have all the money I want here, only if I'm nearby this teacher. But after he leaves, the money goes away.
Second?
This is suspicious.
Lady, you really get along with these bastards? You really
I need to try
find
and
new friends.
pickpocket the teacher.
On another hand, what is a pocket?
Well, I'm more like a mother figure to this rodent anyway. I'm pretty used to it.
Go back and pay for all of his potions that he broke.
I'm sorry, my son is
Lady,
very
what is a pocket?
Oh, you know what a pocket is. Backpacks have pockets. Maybe
What
your
is
pants
lack
don't
of
normally.
pockets?
Artanis, don't get so amnesia about it.
Is that so? Is he your brother? That must suck.
It's not really my brother, but yeah, it's okay.
Alright, what would the group like to do next? You've got a little bit of time before class starts.
It does suck to have no more living brothers.
Should we check on the teacher then?
He's a gremlin creature we take around with us.
Wait, what happened to your brothers?
So anyway, can we check on the teacher then?
Yeah, we should. You know, who knows? We got some questions to ask, you know?
Okay. So do you guys want to follow the teacher out of the room?
Yes.
I'm assuming sneakily.
You want sneak?
Very sneakily.
Alright.
I think we should annoy the teacher on his lunchtime.
Hi. You could ask like a couple questions, you know? He's a teacher after all.
As I approach, I try to pull out some money.
Unsuccessful.
I
Nothing
mean, yes,
particular
but
happens.
we already annoy him and no good.
Alright, so the group that is going up to the teacher.
I have not eaten a single meal since I've come to this school.
As you guys see the
Great.
teacher walking down the hallway, you do see him re-enter the principal's office and close the door behind him.
Why is he always go to
Oh, you should try the salmon. It's really good.
Listen at door.
Yas, I need you to roll a d20 for me. As you're putting your ear towards the door and starting to listen, all of a sudden, you get someone that taps your shoulder behind you. Hi, Yasi-san. So, what you doing?
RUGHU who you.
Oh, still a little nervous, huh? Well, have you, gone down to, like, the lunch hall yet? Too? I was just gonna go stop by to grab something to eat. You wanna come down with me?
Ice cream.
An ice cream? I think an ice cream would
No
be great.
money.
No money? Oh, that's fine. You don't need any money. Here, all the food is free at the buffet.
You already eat enough ice cream.
Seems like a distraction.
But. Dollar.
Oh, all of it's paid with your tuition fees already. Like, I'm certain it's all good. So yeah, you can eat whatever you like.
I don't have any family to help pay for tuition. See, I'm worried I might not be able to stay here long.
Oh no. Maybe you had a special scholarship that let you there. I'm certain with your background, too, the principal probably pulled some strings to let you get here. As well, the principal is a pretty powerful man. He's got a lot of influence, particularly over the school board.
He's a powerful man?
Mm-hmm.
Is he like a leader to this place?
My mouth opens and closes again.
I would say, yeah, I mean, he's the head of the school. He's pretty in charge of everything here.
Huh. Never heard about principals before.
Well, I understand. Yeah, it must be different in your culture.
Yeah, so, hey, we should go, you know? Since it's break time, we should go eat.
Yeah. Yes, I love your comment. Yeah, nobody knows what's going on right now, except me. Alright, so are you guys going to the lunchroom?
Yes, I'm dragging Yas.
So, you follow with Noma all the way to the lunchroom. And as you do, you see a couple people you recognize as you're passing by.
I'm kind of frozen.
Oh, we should try the salmon. It's really good. Tres.
Ooh, the salmon. I don't think we've had salmon here before. And as she says that, she's looking around and says, but you know...
I try to pickpocket Nika while she's distracted.
That's really weird. We haven't had salmon before, but it looks like they have a salmon special today. And as you're looking at there, all of a sudden, there is salmon available. Go ahead and roll a d20, I guess, Yas?
Stops yes in the act asterisco.
Nika, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Interesting.
Nope. Nika, you do not notice. Yas is able to take those coins out of your pocket. And you do not notice. But yeah, you guys see there's food over there.
Interesting.
Any food you might want.
Yum, delicious looking food.
I'm staring off into space, thinking to myself.
Salty, the answer is yes, you can. You in fact can taste the food.
we find a place to sit?
I want one of all PLs.
Help yourself. You grab a tray and you're able to put as much food as you want on that tray. Noma shoves Lady aside and says, huh, big eater, that one.
Okay.
Artanis, I need you to roll a
Probably
d20 for me.
accidentally staring through Noma with glazed eyes, but not actually looking at anything.
Okay.
I decide to eat all of the food.
Artanis, as you're going and grabbing some food to eat, you're very, very happy to find that somebody included crab legs? Crab legs in the buffet? What kind of school has this kind of layout there? But you do make sure to grab an entire bowl full of crab legs.
Crab.
Oh, how fantastic. But seriously, let's just take a sip. I think it's manner to eat while sitting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you guys could take a seat down and look
EW
in the
crab.
hall. Too. So Noma sits down with you guys and says, "So, are you guys enjoying your classes? What did you guys think of Miss Hammond's lecture today?"
There's so much to understand.
I know
It's
it's a lot to take in.
Do we only learn math?
Him just staring with glazed eyes back at her.
I mean, math, and I don't know if somebody wants to do Nika's or TMG's comment. No, I mean, you were paying attention during Mr. Miyuki's subject, right? He does psychology. We get a little bit of history here and there, too. I know it's all a lot to take in.
So, how's everyone's day going?
Good. What's in there? Is this music playing in the school? No, this is just thematic music. There's no music playing at the school. I just, need some
Him
background
thinking
sound.
about archery club.
Ooh, archery club. Yeah, we have that archery club in the gym, though. It hasn't been getting a lot of people participating. Are you looking to try it out, Yasi-san?
When?
I mean, it's usually after classes.
I don't think someone like you should have a BOW.
Well, if he wants to go test it, I'm just gonna stay far. Safety reasons.
Safety.
Listen, Nika. I was trained by Robin Hewitt from a very young age to shoot a bow.
Robin Hood? Wow.
Stop calling me that.
He was the most legendary archer in the land.
You mean the legend in the book?
Therefore, I am the student of the legendary archer, so I'm also good.
Oh, so very interesting.
There is no way you learned from him.
Oh, lady, don't worry. I'm not explaining anything until it's time.
I clearly
Everything.
pay great attention in lessons.
All the answers will come out in time. I've got all my notes in front of me.
Yeah, same here, Suki.
Oh, guys, it looks like it's time to get back to class. Too, I guess we should get going. And that
Okay.
Noma stands up, and you guys all start moving towards the direction of class.
Girls all.
And as you guys start moving into your classroom, you start taking your seats around the class as well. And Mr. Miyuki walks in. There.
Nina, are you interested in burning down this school?
I'll let you guys take your seats and have that conversation.
What? You are really a criminal. How did you even get in?
Are you sure, Nina?
No.
Don't you just like miss the warm fire?
My finger is burning as well.
Embrace the fire, Nicker.
It's kind of shame that it feels cold in here, isn't it?
It's a shame.
It's so cold.
So cold.
If only it
I
could
don't
be
like burning
warmer.
things. It damages the environment.
So you guys are coming back to class. Everybody's kind of chatting, and you see Mr.
Enoch,
Miyuki
Mika, stop that.
go up the front, and he's like, "All right, class, let's get started. I'm gonna need everyone to roll a d20 for me."
Interesting lesson. I'm not very good at this one.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait.
I'm very bad.
Okay. Just need.
Mika, show us.
Oh, you gotta do all lowercase. All uppercase is just mean to it. Okay.
Yeah, classic.
Nika, Salty, Yas. All three of you take a moment as you're sitting down for class and you're looking around. And there's an empty seat. Joshua hasn't come back to class. Or anything. And that's going to end it for tonight's session.
I
Next
guess, a
time
perfect
on the
space for
Misfits
Sinead.
Wacky Adventures, will the Misfits figure out what's going on in the school? Will they be able to pass the next test? Will Yas finally get the courage and go out with Noma? Will Artanis figure out who wrote this secret note? You'll have to tune in next week or the week after, depending on when we do scheduling, to find out what happens next. Thank you, everyone. All right. That's going to be it for tonight. The music is good. This is thanks to Lady. Lady, you have no idea. When you sent that to me, I was like, fucking yes. It's perfect timing.
I'm glad.
So there is one thing I do want to address and state right away, because Apple asked earlier on, or a part in the description, is this canon or is this a filler episode? This is canon. There is no filler here. This is real. This is what is happening. And there is a puzzle to solve. But I promise you, as soon as you guys solve it, it will make sense. It will connect. I promise you. It will come there. But I do want to say as well, so there's more to this too. So I'll let you guys discuss and try to figure out what you want to do next as well. But it is all connected too. So I'll let you guys figure it out, but I guarantee next session answers will come out. And it's gonna be, like I said at the very beginning, the view of your world and the view of your game is going to change drastically. There. Oh, and Salty, it's not that. I will assure you, it's not a cop-out that it was all a dream. It's not. I have had this specific situation planned since March. I'm not even joking with you guys. I have had this planned since March, and I have been so excited to get here. And the feeling that you guys all have, the confusion, the what is going on, is exactly the feeling you should have. So if you're feeling confused, don't worry. That is the point. If you knew what was going on, it would be less of an experience. And I wanted you as confused as possible. So, but I do hope you guys bear with me on it. I promise it connects in a very real way. Yeah, I hope that was enjoyable, and there was you guys enjoyed that.
Very enjoyable. I really like the puzzle.
God. I have literally on my sheet, so you guys know, I have like 15, 16 characters that I have to keep track of as well.
We are going to fucking die XD.
We're not.
It's certainly possible. I'll see what you guys do. I'll just
survivor instinct.
I'll warn you just outright too, because I have been subtly warning it. I'll just be direct. You do not want to get expelled. I promise you, you do not want to get expelled. I mean,
yeah, it means something.
I can only do so much. So, yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this mystery puzzle that I've established for you. And I'm intrigued to see how you solve it, because there's multiple solutions. There's multiple solutions. Yeah, I'm just interested to see how you solve it. TMG, you and I, we need to have a connect there too. Because I apologize. I don't mean to, like, stifle your cooking. I just, we need to connect. And yeah, I'm perfectly content, I'm perfectly content uploading your picture. I can do that. That's perfectly fine. I just typed in anime pictures until I got some of you guys, that I liked. But I will say, I'm going to post this one now. I got another one of Yas that I didn't expect. I'm just going to go into the thread for it. Where's my thread? Create thread. I'm going to call it anime reel. So I was trying to get a Yas boy. And I kept getting Yas in, female clothes. And so I just posted an alternative Yas that I got. Artanis, on the other hand, that was one that I immediately was like, no, this fits. Yeah, this fits. There. I was very happy with that Ent. It took me way too many tries to get that, though. There. I'm going to see if I can even find some of the other images to show you guys. Because some of these were insane. Oh, it does not go that far back. Bummer. I was hoping it would. Maybe it's recent. Hide failed. Yeah, hide failed. I don't want to see. It also did not like a lot of my prompts, too. It was like, this is an inappropriate prompt. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can find it. There's, well, I had some other ones, too, but I guess they're too far back. That makes sense. They wouldn't save them all. as well. But yes, I hope you guys enjoyed the scenario. I hope you enjoyed today's session. I was so happy, Salty, when you joined in just the right time, because you guys kept talking about like, oh, we're just walking and stuff. Salty won't miss anything critical. And I just kept playing the scenario in my head of like, how fucking confused is Salty gonna be that you guys have just a little bit of more knowledge of him, and he comes in and he's like, what the fuck are you doing without me? You're right, you wouldn't have had punching. Honestly, I couldn't have channeled that out of Salty. You guys are absolutely right. I couldn't have channeled that insanity out of Salty. Let's just test if I can punch them. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's possible. You were successful. I should also say there is combat too. I have stat blocks planned for when you guys do combat too. I thought you were going to do combat this session, but you did not. Punching did give you lore. That's true. That is absolutely true. You thought I was having a stroke when I started the session? Good. There weren't HP bars. I mean, you weren't in the formal combat. You got your HP bars. I can reassure you on that. Yeah, so they still exist. You guys didn't get to your combat view there. I think I could show you your combat view right now. Yeah, this is your combat view. There. So I got your characters. Nice and big. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so you got your health bars and everything. Nice big. That's why I couldn't just change the picture, because I had to go into so many settings to get there. But you guys can see them a little bit bigger and such. Misfits. Oh, I should. There. Yeah, HP's real. Well, TMG, let's take this offline, because I will happily let you cook. I apologize that I was blocking you. I was trying to play the roles as I had written it, but because I didn't fully understand where you were going with it, I just needed to, like, let me help there, because I'm happy to let you cook, but I need to be brought in as well, and then we can retcon some stuff there. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream. I apologize. I genuinely do. I was trying to keep character just for myself too, because depending on what direction you go, it could interfere with the story, and then I just want to make sure it makes sense too at the end. So that let's definitely tell me what you're trying to do, and I'll see if we can do it as well, and I'll try to be spoiler free for you. It's not canon yet, but it might be. And I'm totally fine making it canon. Provided I understand what's going on. So yes, like I am not saying yes or no to it. I just want to understand so that we can make it work as well too. So I apologize, TFG. I did not mean to quarrel with you. I just also want to make sure I'm not making characters appear that are not ready to appear yet as well. Oh man. Yeah, I can't wait to watch your guys' group discussion as you try to figure out this puzzle. I probably should send you all of the people's names. I can send you all the people's names so you guys can start tracking it. Here, let me see if I can just copy it real quick. Yes, I'm going to put your names all down here, just so you guys can see it. These are all the characters you guys have met.
Wait,
Boop.
do we get encounters or?
Yes, you guys will get encounters. I'm glad you asked. So you guys were all together for everything. So let's go through your encounters that you guys get today. Let's see. So you have your initial encounter of just entering the scenario. I'm just gonna keep track of it here. Entering the scenario. You have your encounter with Noma. You have your encounter with the principal. I guess those who encounter the principal. Yes, you do get the encounter for the punching of the face, Salty. Let's see here. Just run through, make sure I don't miss anything. You guys get your encounter for Lago and Kira. You get your encounter with Kiriko. Yas, you get an encounter because you had that encounter with you in the hallway. And then you guys got the encounter with Harkiro, the really aggressive bald guy. So that is 7 encounters from my count. So you got 7 encounters. And then Salty, you get that, or Yash, you get an extra, and Salty, you got an extra. So yes, I hope that helps. There's more encounters to come. Oh, and of course, the inspiration point. So, if I'm honest, I want to follow up on this, but it's probably going to go to TMG here for the point of inspiration. 2, at a medium for just throwing me off. As well. So actually, like, honestly, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it to TMG today. You can get the point of inspiration. You were adding to the story in ways that I had to figure out as well, too. And I think I'm with you, but let's talk, and then I'll make sure that I am fully there. But you can have that point of inspiration.
That's amazing. No one knows where this is going.
Nope, you guys successfully did it. You confused the person that is trying to confuse you. But I'm excited, and I'm wondering, too, because there are definitely some keywords that I said throughout there that might apply to some individuals as well. So I'm curious if they picked up on it, but we'll see. I have not. I haven't actually caught up on your DMs yet. I gotta do that, too. So let me phrase it this way, Pink, based on your question. I'm not gonna say no, because I don't know what's fully in the cards. It was my intention that this was a one-off sort of thing, too, especially since it's way off brand of the normal role-playing game. But I'm not going to say fully no. Also, I mean, there's another situation. If you guys really like this scenario, too, I guess we could also role-play a separate, like, one-off or one-shot in these kind of scenarios, too. But I sense people would probably prefer to play their characters. We'll do full Yandere Simulator one-off. But I don't think I'm going to write separate rules for your classes in this scenario. But I sense, based on how you guys are progressing through it, you probably will finish up this next session. That's my guess, is we'll have actual answers. It gives you anxiety to be a character with anxiety. I imagine so. You don't have problems? See, maybe we could do that. There. People come in with their custom characters, and we could do a one-shot as well. I'll tell you, even just doing, like, this resetup of this was so stupidly long. It was dumb, but it took me way too long to get this stuff ready. I just need to get more efficient. So, perfect. Anybody got any fun weekend plans?
Yes.
Yes. Well, good.
I'm just still thinking on what's going on. I'm trying to piece the puzzles here.
There's a lot to process. I imagine you guys will need some time to see what's going on. When is... Yeah, I mean, Group 2's got to tell me when they're going to have a session. Sunday? Oh, speaking of which, yeah, let's talk about... I have my wife's work calendar there, so... Oh, whoa, what is it? Work at 8 tomorrow. Oh, that's good to know. My wife has work all weekend, but it's during the day rather than in the evenings. But I know for a fact, and I'm going to need some company, my wife is working on the 29th, which is a Monday. And the reason I need company, too, and I just got to, do the day, that's my anniversary. So my wife and I will have been together for 7 years there, but unfortunately she is working there. So I've got Monday the 29th that will be a stream. I think next week's going to be pretty regular on streams unless she picks up a schedule. So it's going to be Wednesday and Friday. But the week of August 5th, my wife said that she is open every single day. So there's a high chance that she might get a shift or two, which means there might be an additional stream or two. There. We will see how that lands there. But, yeah. I know she's working on the Friday the 26th, but that's a Friday, so that's fine. So no surprise, no immediate extra streams except for the Monday stream. So... confusing the touchpad twice. Oh man. Okay. So yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight's stream, folks. Thank you all for joining me. When will I finish Genocide? I don't know, Dave. I haven't had time to practice the fight. Like, I gotta actually sit down and practice the fight. I've got a simulator online that I can use. And once I finally practice the fight and I feel competent enough to beat it, then we'll do and finish up Genocide. But I refuse to have another 4-hour stream where I'm just losing straight to losing to her. Like, I will not die to Undying for 4 hours again. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm not going to go and hack it, too. Yeah. Like, this is hard, and I'm struggling. Right? Oh, I have the Undertale modding tool. I have it. That's how I modded the game, so it said Pog for my health, and it says Xazaviar tail. Except it fucks up the resolution, and I don't know why. So I know how to get into the code, and I know where I could find Undyne's health, and just be like, Undyne has 1 health, and I'll kill her immediately. Like, I'm just not going to do that. That's a waste. You guys didn't see me here get hacking. Oh, I am. I'm certainly not going to do that either. It's not as fun if I go in and hack it that way. So... Nika Melania. Okay. I can follow that. Or Nina. I've already fucked it up. Alright. I think that's gonna be it. I gotta get up with my kids, so thank you all for joining me. Hope you all have a good night. You too. And everybody have a great weekend. I'll see you next week, too. I mean, I'm gonna be in the Discord, so if you guys want to ping me and shit, that's what we'll do. But have a good night, everybody. Apple, I hope you like your new apple, your gremlin apple. It's the closest tree I could get as well. It really, like, yours was one that the AI was like, you're asking us for inappropriate stuff. And I'm like, I am not. I'm just asking for a tree in characters. So, and I was happy with that one because it kind of has some similarities to your face. I was fully expecting just a regular tree. I mean, you're right, TMG. It would be easier if a real artist did it, but I'm not a real artist. I have the AI art, and that's about it. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye.